Okay, good evening, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. And I'd like to welcome you to the Coeur d'Alene School District 271 Board meeting for August 3rd, 2020. Before we get going, I'm going to introduce the participants up front here. My name is Casey Morrisroe. I'm our board chair. To my far right is Rebecca Smith, board member, and then Lisa May, board member. And behind them is Lynn Town, our board clerk. To my left is Jennifer Brumley, our vice chair, and Tamara Pickford, board member. And then to Tamara's left is Dr. Steve Cook, our superintendent. Public comment is scheduled at the beginning of the meeting. Please sign in on the sheet provided at the entrance door. We may also have received comments provided in writing earlier. And you always have that option to submit your comments in writing through our board clerk. Is there a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
So moved. Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Motion carries, Ms. Town. No Board of Trustee comments tonight, Ms. Town, is that correct? Okay. So why don't we open it up for public comment? And while they're bringing that list up, we did receive one comment this afternoon, someone who wasn't able to make it, Roger Garlock. And just, I believe the board all received that in writing, correct, Ms. Town? Is that good, everybody? Okay. That was late this afternoon, so we'll get it to all the board members. But he had several concerns around mental health of students if they're not in school, not in favor of masks, worried about burdens on teachers, extra burdens, so. Okay. But we'll get those comments to you guys so you can see them. First up with us here tonight is Tony Perka. And Mr. Perka, before you come up, hang on here. I need to make my announcement. I want to remind the public, while this is a meeting of the Board of Trustees that takes place in public, it is not a meeting with the public. It is a meeting of the board to conduct district business. The board does allow limited public comment on district-related items. Those wishing to address the board during the public comment period are limited to one comment not to exceed 3 minutes. If you have additional comments that you would like to present to the board, you may provide those in writing through the clerk. Please keep in mind the board members will not respond to public comment tonight. If I determine that an individual statement is too lengthy, personally directed, abusive, or repetitive, I may terminate that speaker's privilege to address the board. Okay, so now first up is Tony Perka. Good evening, Mr. Perka. When you approach the mic, if you'll just make sure the red light's on there.
Hello, testing. Okay, thank you, Mr. Morrisroe. Hello, my name is Tony Perka. I'm a husband. Today is my 24th anniversary, so if you're watching at home, babe. I'm an educator in the district, Canfield Cougar, and I'm a varsity football coach for Coeur d'Alene High School. And I know there will be a lot of discussion, as the previous one was on teaching in the school. I'm going to take another aspect, which is athletics and varsity athletics in the district. I'm a father, and I have a senior who's going to Coeur d'Alene, and I'd like to emphasize to this board just a couple things, because I only have a short amount of time, but high school sports is a huge amount of meaning to, varsity kids and their families. You guys know that. Some of you have kids that are in high school sports. What would it look like if they weren't doing sports? And I know there's a lot tied into that. And I have a couple other points that go with it. But, Idaho does lead in depression. What are these kids going to be doing if they're not playing sports? Is there more of a danger that they are running around doing things that they aren't supposed to? At least, under the umbrella of a varsity sport, we can do our best to have them, Coach Amos is talking to our guys every day about being smart, don't be running around, creating our own little bubble. And I'll get to that in a moment too, because we've done this through the summer and made it through. But, I attached a letter, which is a football coach from back east who, obviously I'm not going to go through it all right now, but if you get a moment, please go through it. I mean, it talks about some things about, just how important it is to kids and what is the cost. The price is very high. In a terrible situation we find ourselves, those costs must be weighed against the risk. And I've talked to a lot of parents that are like, the risk is small at this point for what we know about kids. And, you've got to weigh that with all the other things, of depression and suicide. And I know you guys don't have an easy job, administrators and school board members. So I thank you for that deep consideration of those things. So the other aspect that I was going to discuss was just how we've done this summer. I've been coaching since June. And, we had a small outbreak with some kids that were playing in another sport. We're all playing 2 sports and practicing, and a parent got sick, and then there was contact tracing. A lot of coaches got tested, kids got tested. We had kids. There was a 2-week period where we were stopped, and coaches were negative. The kids that were tested positive stayed home and quarantined. We started back up, and as we've gone through since that time, we've made it. You know what I mean? We've had kids that have been staying self-quarantining at home. Like, hey, Uncle Joe, tested positive. So they've stayed home. They've been unselfish. And I think, that attitude in our district, Lake City, Coeur d'Alene, the high school varsity sports, we can be smart and we can do this. And I'm sure hoping that that's taken into consideration, even if, we go into the blended learning, or if we go to, remote learning, we can still play varsity sports and be smart. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Perka. And next up is Ben Miney.
Thank you very much, distinguished board, Dr. Cook, Ms. Town. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you guys this afternoon. But I definitely want to kind of piggyback off of what the gentleman before me was saying, that I do believe that we are at a really minimal risk in terms of our kids. If we look at the data, what the data tells us is that the kids are not vectors for the virus, plain and simple. The asymptomatic transmission or spread therein is kind of a non-existent component as well. And just to speak to the context of masks, there's absolutely zero scientific data that these help in any way, shape, or form. I mean, and that comes from studies from professors at Oxford, epidemiologists from all over the world have come through to provide some of that additional data. But a couple of things just wanted to point out too. I mean, at the end of the day, there are some foreign countries that are doing some studies right now. Denmark is the only country right now that is actually doing a randomized sample exam for the efficacy of masks. And while they finished their study, they haven't published the results yet, but they've actually come out and said that they are not going to require or recommend that their citizens wear masks at all. Sweden is another country that has not done any lockdowns, no shutdowns, no masks, and I'll hand this out to you guys in just a quick second. But since July 31st, in the past 3 days, as of July 31st, they had 0 deaths in 3 days running and 5 total for the week. Just to put this in a bit of perspective right now, hospitalizations for Idaho, 5.8% of hospitalizations are related to COVID-19. In addition to that, when we look at some of the additional data, right now, of the 137,000 deaths in America, as of July 25th through the CDC, 6% of those deaths were actually related to COVID only as the single listed cause of death on the death certificate. All other deaths, 94% of all of the deaths, had comorbidities. Comorbidities basically means that there was some other cause or additional underlying symptoms, whether it would be cardiovascular, cancer, pneumonia, flu-like. In addition to that, a couple other quick points. We have a case fatality rate in the state of, in Kootenai County. It's a CFR of just under 11. And as of 2017, flu and pneumonia case fatality rate was 13.7. 13.7 of the 197 deaths in the county as it stands right now. Out of 197, we have had 9 deaths of people between the ages of 30 and 59. 0 deaths for any individuals in the county under the age of 30. Put it in a little bit more perspective for you quickly, just to sum it up. Kids in high school have a 1 in 130,000 chance of dying from falling down the stairs versus a 1 in 227,000 chance of dying from COVID-19, CDC data. In addition to that, children under the age of 15 have a 1 in 700,000 chance of being struck by lightning in the United States, whereas they have a 1 in 1.7 million chance of actually being stricken and killed by COVID-19. And if we take out the comorbidity factor, which again is an underlying conditions that are making them more susceptible to COVID-19, we take that out, it's 1 in 8.5 million. So I think the point of all this is it's safe to say that if we return back to school as normal, we can return without masks, we can return in a face-to-face setting. Obviously, as the gentleman before me had admitted and mentioned, that if kids can take the opportunity, if they're sick, as they had done previously, stay home. Panhandle Health District mentioned on the 20th that 24 hours is a new CDC requirement, so no flu, no health concerns or anything of that nature, no flu, being controlled through medication, then you can return back to school or work as it stands. So with that being the case, close my comments. I'm a full advocate. I've got a wife that's a teacher in the district. I have a daughter, 2 daughters that go to school within the district. I'm advocating. I think we should do it. I think we can go back. I think we can lead the nation. We can lead the state. We can lead Idaho, and we can make a return, and we can do it as normal with caution and prudence. Thank you so much, Board. Greatly appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Miney. And next up is Bruce Twitchell. Good evening, Bruce. I didn't recognize
Hello.
you with the new haircut there at first.
Yeah,
You threw me off.
summertime, and
Either.
I'm getting ready for the Mad Max phase of
think you said
2020. That
Twitchell. I was like,
is
you
sure
said
to
Mitchell?
happen at some point. So, Board Chair Morrisroe, distinguished board members, Dr. Cook, who is also distinguished, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I appreciate that, and I would also like to give a sincere thank you to everyone that has no doubt spent hundreds, if not thousands, of hours on coming up with this plan and taking into account all the considerations that there are. I'd like to start off by just reminding us of the state constitution when it comes to education, that the stability of a Republican form of government depending mainly upon the intelligence of the people, it shall be the duty of the legislature of Idaho to establish and maintain a general, uniform, and thorough system of public, free, common schools. Going off of that, I would just like to say that if we do have, just the idea of having both online, some students online, some in person, that it is not going to be uniform. It's just not. I don't know if any of you have taken any classes online or taught classes online, but they are different. Yes, you can still reach the same goals, but it is much, much different on how it's doing that. So from that comes a whole lot of questions, especially as me, an educator in the district. I do still have a daughter in the district as well. But, some questions on there. Especially at the middle school and high school level, per class period, are we going to have mixed online students and in-person students for that class period? Will there be educators giving a certain period that is just for the online students? Will educators be given extra prep time to prepare their online lessons and presentations? Because that takes a lot more time. I guarantee you it does. I've been there, I've done it. It takes probably twice as much time to prepare online classes and to give feedback online than it does in person. A lot of issues going along with that. Also, as I read through the proposal today, and I'll fully admit I didn't study it as much as I hoped to, but there just wasn't a lot of time. One thing that it talked about was essentially that all adults will be kind of tested as they enter the building with temperature and things like that. Yet it has no mention of students being checked, and I just wonder why that is, what the difference is there. We saw today that Spokane has announced that they're going to be 100% online. They're in a community in an area that has been following much stricter guidelines than we have over here in Idaho in Coeur d'Alene. We can't even get people to follow mask instructions walking into Fred Meyer, much less many children in a school who follow what their parents do. I have a lot of concerns with that. What's going to happen when students refuse to wear a mask in the building? What kind of support is there going to be from the board, from the district office, from administrators on that? Again, many questions happening on here. Social distancing at a high school, even if we cut back to 75% of the population, still is going to be impossible to do, especially in the hallways. We sit here in this meeting where it's going to be discussed about going back. We have room for 12 chairs in a room that's twice, if not 3 times the size of most classrooms there are. how can we do social distancing in a classroom when it's this spread out here? I just don't see that safely happening. To wrap it all up, I'd just like to ask the board to approve just full online to start with. There still are way too many unknowns. Maybe flat out say for the first quarter, it's going to be online only until we can get this figured out to see where things are going. And so with all that said, like I say, because I know you as a school board, no matter what you decide, you're going to be catching heat. So I'd officially like to throw out there that all of you have your pay doubled because you deserve it. And with that, I say thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Twitchell. Okay. And that looks like that's all we have signed up for public comment tonight. We will move on to our consent agenda. So is there a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda items A through H?
So moved. Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on those?
I just had a quick question, and Dr. Cook can probably help with this. It was on the online curriculum, the secondary social studies one-year licenses. Is that in addition because in preparation that we may be online, or is that just an automatic renewal?
Just an automatic renewal. Whatever happens this year, we can obviously take advantage of that, but they weren't necessarily related.
Okay, any further questions? All right, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries, Ms. Town. And then looks like there were a few consent agenda items in there just for information, so please note those. Dr. Cook, I'll turn it over to you on the finance report.
Okay, I think Katie Ebner is on Zoom, if I'm not mistaken, here to talk about some of the year-end transfers that we have to do procedurally.
Hi, good evening, Chair Morrisroe, members of the board, Superintendent Cook. Traditionally, we do not present financials for the month of June. We just started our audit today, and with that work, there's a lot of closing out the fiscal year, that sort of work. So we don't like to report the year-end numbers before we really get everything closed out and posted. And so we will look at how we did adhering to budget when we get a clearer picture of our audit, probably late September to mid-October. This month, I'm presenting the transfers between funds. Board Policy 7215 outlines that we are to report to the board in writing transfers of residual equity between funds over $100,000. Normally, I just list out notable transfers, even though they're below the threshold of $100,000. So pulling that up on my screen here, just to run through them very quickly, these are all transfers from the general fund to special revenue funds. The first being a transfer of our bus depreciation from the general fund to our bus fund. This is funding that the state gives us in order to fund replacement buses. The next is our levy dollars for set aside for purchasing buses. A couple levies back, we increased the amount of the supplemental levy in order to fund buses to replace our aging fleet. And we talked quite a bit about this transfer during the budgeting cycle for FY21, the new fiscal year. And it was reduced for the new fiscal year in order to balance the budget, but it was still in prior fiscal year. So we are making that full transfer in order to fund what was already planned. Next, we have a couple of food service items. Each year we're required to fund the FICA and Medicare benefits for nutrition program employees. That is a mandate from the feds. Next, we've discussed this quite a bit. Hopefully it's not a surprise. We've discussed it in the budget subcommittee meetings. COVID-19 had a very significant impact on our nutrition services program. That program is mainly funded by revenues for student lunches. And it's also funded by federal reimbursement for free and reduced lunches. However, with the closure of COVID-19 and the decision the district made to continue to pay employees that ran the program in quite of a deficit, we anticipated that the deficit was going to be about $520,000. So this is a little bit less of an impact, but it's still a pretty significant impact. And the way that we came up with this number of 425,000 is we looked at what the beginning fund balance was for nutrition services at the beginning of FY20, and we let everything settle at year end, and then we did this transfer in to bring them back up to the level that they began the fiscal year. There was a little bit of discussion about just zeroing out the fund. However, it's likely that they will need that contingency, that fund balance in order to operate this year, especially because they ran in a deficit in prior years. So it didn't seem reasonable to zero them out, as we would likely just be kicking that down the road, another kind of transfer into that fund. Any questions on that? That's kind of a lot of explanation into that number.
Katie, I have a quick question on the food service, the COVID-19 transfer. So is that on par with what we experienced last year? Because I know it also required a transfer for some deficit spending. Is this on par, or is it increased because we were serving more lunches related to the school closure?
Well, we typically don't transfer anything into food service for a deficit. We just make our required transfers. For example, the FICA and Medicare match that the federal government requires. This year, that $425,000 is new, and it is directly related to COVID-19. The reason is, if we were to serve the same number of lunches that we did when school was running, we would have received enough federal reimbursement to keep that program in the black. However, because we were doing the grab and go meals, and we were still employing all staff, those staff were not preparing the number of meals that were reimbursable because the demand wasn't at the same level as if the students were with us every day. Does that make sense?
Maybe historically, Ms. May, you might have been referring to, Katie, we've had some transfers to cover
Lunch debt.
Lunch debt, right.
Yeah. Yeah. So that lunch debt was kind of par for the course in this whole situation, because we kind of discussed that. Are we going to transfer in lunch debt on top of restoring them to the beginning fund balance? And after, it kind of became a question of, I guess the lunch debt is technically built into that number, because if we hadn't transferred in that 425,000, we would have been I guess I'm not explaining this very well. We could have transferred the lunch debt and then did the additional transfer to get them to the $180,000. But I just simplified it by saying this is what the impact was. And I believe the lunch debt, I'm trying to remember what it was. I think it was $40,000 this year. So.
Okay, any other questions for Ms. Ebner? Okay. Thank you, Katie.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on. We've got a bunch of action items tonight, so we'll move into our first one tonight, which is the 2020-2021 bus routes. And this is an annual request that we do every August in preparation for the school year.
All right, so we've got, is Jill on, Jeff?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Jill's on, and she's going to help present the bus routes for this year. We're going to keep our fingers crossed that they're going to be the same routes the entire year with the same number of kids the whole year.
Well, good evening, members of the board and Dr. Cook. Thanks for letting me get the bus routes to you. So what we did for the bus routes for this year is it was a little bit of a busy summer just because of all the boundary changes that we did. But we have our secondary routes. They are all ready to go. And some of the changes, if you want me to kind of talk about some of the changes, is we did have to add up in the northwest section. We did have to add a couple routes up there to kind of, you can see like the red route and the blue route. One's going to be for our high school kids because that section up there in the northwest, we will continue busing to both high schools. And then also in the southeast part of our city, that section there, we have all the busing straight there so that way students can continue going to both high schools that were grandfathered in. One of the cool things that we were able to do this year is we were able to get rid of the majority of all the shuttles. All that mileage is reimbursable, so that's a good thing. That way kids, they don't have to do as many shuttles as we've done in the past. We wasn't able to get rid of all of them, but we were able to get rid of the majority of them. So that's good news. For our elementary schools, all of our maps there, we went through with a fine-tooth comb and just looked at all the boundaries and readjusted routes, and we got all of those routes ready to go as well. There were some changes. You should have a couple new things on your in lieu, the safety busing sheet. There were a couple new things. It should be in red that will point out some of the new things that we added for safety busing and non-transportation zones. So we should have that there for you as well. And other than that, I think our routes are ready to go. Some exciting things that we're doing in transportation are we do have our GPS units in, and they are being installed on our school buses, along with our Z-Pass for our students. We'll collect, what we'll do in the first part is we'll collect the data and see what kind of data we're getting from it. And then hopefully over the course of the year, we'll be able to benefit greatly from it and have the Z-Pass in place for the students. And so other than that, I think we are in good shape. So unless you have any questions about anything.
Hi, Jill. Thanks for being with us. On the CPAS there, I think is what you called it, I have a question. So that's the kind of, I don't want to call it a tracking tool, but it almost is. It's a notification system so parents know that their child got on the bus or got off the bus. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes. Yes, we do have those units in. They are being installed on the bus. Like I said, the first few months, we're just going to collect data and just make sure we're getting the correct data. But the students will eventually have a card, and as they enter the bus, they'll tap in and tap out. It's just a simple scan of a card, and that way it lets us know who's on the bus, and that way the parents will be able to know that their children are safely on school buses, and so they won't have to worry, and we'll know right where they're at.
Okay, so that'll be a few months into the school year before we turn that part of it on?
Right. We have the equipment now, and it is being installed. We're currently collecting. We have about maybe 10 sample routes where we're getting just the GPS data, and then soon we'll start with the Z-Pass info. So I'm really looking forward to it. So I think it's going to help our community a lot.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jill, I'm wondering if you're sticking around to ask questions about the opening guidelines under transportation, or do you want us to go ahead and ask those of her now, or should we wait till we get, she's going to be around? Okay, perfect.
Let's wait.
All right.
Okay.
Any other questions for Jill around the bus routes? Okay, so this is an action item. Is there a motion to approve the 2020-2021 bus routes as presented?
So moved. Second.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries, Ms. Town. And we'll move on to item C here, which is learning management system purchase.
So if you recall, quite a bit of money came from the federal government for states to allocate and earmark ways to be a little more nimble and flexible. And our state chose to allocate some of that money to help close the digital divide. And I think we're fairly fortunate in our area to have pretty good internet access across the district, and most families can find a way to get access if they need it. And so when it came time for us to talk about what decisions might we make if the state decided to earmark monies for other than machines or internet access, one of the things that quickly rose to the top of the list was actually purchasing a learning management system for the district. And this has been a fast-moving conversation. This only was just recently, and I mean just recently, like two weeks ago, the state went ahead and forwarded these opportunities and built out those purchasing systems. So I'm excited here to have turned it over to Seth to talk about our recommendations for how we move into this kind of new and nebulous world that we're going to be doing teaching and learning in, and what supports and recommendation we'd like to start with on this to start with.
Thanks, Dr. Cook. Chair Morrisroe, members of the board. As you might recall, last month we talked a little bit about this possibility, and I'm excited to have it in front of you here today. I apologize, maybe it doesn't have as much information as you're generally used to. That's in reference to what Steve just said. It is moving very fast. The state came up with a digital divide committee, as you might recall, which I am on. And so that committee is looking at 4 different ways to assist Idaho students, whether that's through devices, connectivity, a learning management system, or professional development for staff. And so they just released a grant process that we're applying for. There's about $400,000 with that grant. Sorry. And so that application is due August 14th. Part of that will be this learning management system, Schoology. Our blended learning committee made up of about 25 committee members, looked at a couple different options, and this was the consensus. So Schoology is used by a lot of districts nationwide, including in our area. IDLA, Bonneville, Meade School District uses it, as well as Seattle schools. So it's a really robust option. It has a lot of assessment tools. The committee is really excited about the capabilities of it. And so we're trying to move as fast as we can so we can get our teachers access as soon as possible.
Seth, for those who maybe don't know, can you just talk a little bit of what is a learning management system? What's the purpose of it? Kind of how does it function? What's it do? Or Dr. Cook, whoever wants to take that.
Sure.
Just
Yeah, well, one of the things I talked about previously that we heard loud and clear from some of our staff and students in our surveys that we did was that we needed a more robust tool. You know, Google Classroom, I think, worked for what it was, but it really isn't meant to be like a virtual extension of the classroom. And so Schoology has lots of options for discussion boards, interaction. There's tons of assessment tools in Schoology, like I mentioned, whether that's multiple choice or essay or other options. It really is meant to be more of a virtual classroom than, say, like a Google Classroom is. Do you want to add to that, Dr. Cook?
I think the only thing I would add is that if you recall, we requested the opportunity to push 2 days out for our teachers from last spring so that we would have an option to be able to produce maybe some asynchronous professional development for teachers. And we would like to center that. If this is learning management system is approved for purchase tonight, we would like to make sure that the PD opportunities that we're providing for our teachers, that in accordance with those 2 days, would be aligned to this learning management system so that they are getting an early access point to it and start to recognize and understand how it can function in their environments in whatever scenario we're in. And I think that's an important consideration. We've talked a lot about the importance of being nimble and flexible this year. And this learning management system, you can actually function in-person teaching and learning. You can actually have your kids in that classroom electronic environment so that it allows you to manage that, whether it's in-person or virtual. And so that's part of the training we're talking about doing so that people have those options as we start the school year.
Seth, can you tell me more about how we as parents are going to learn this system? Because having spent all spring in one system or multiple systems and then moving to this one, tell me more about how I'm going to learn how to use it to help my second grader.
Yeah, and we've talked a lot about that. That was another piece that we heard in the feedback survey. So I think we'll have a couple different options for that, whether it be videos posted on our website or how-to guides in our newsletter, or even we've talked about having live webinars where people can ask questions and we can kind of show how to use it. I think also I want to continue to provide information in print where we can, just because we know that we have some subset of our families that, accessing things online is more difficult. So we want to make sure that we provide them materials that way as well.
Dr. Cook, I've heard a lot of concern from, teachers, especially just learning a new system and that type of thing. Could you speak to maybe a little bit more to that training piece, especially around these computer and online things, just to say kind of what's your vision for that and what are you excited about for this and those types of things? That would be helpful.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunity here. And I think it's important, first of all, to recognize that people are going to be in much different places when we start this. It's fully our intention to build a training system, if you will, or modules that are differentiated for those that are, that might consider themselves techie, if you would call it that, and can get started with, jumping right into the middle of this and making things even much better and much more effective than what they've done previously. Also, we'll have this kind of beginner level of, look, that really what we need you to do are meet some kind of minimal expectations with how you're going to use this learning management system. And I think that's the part that we're the most excited about, is it gets everybody an opportunity to either start with dipping the toe in the water and just getting going with doing, okay, can you at least have your class in there? Could you post a lesson in there so that kids can access it, whether they're virtual, whether they're in person, whatever that looks like. Being able to do that and deliver that so that, starting off, like let's, who knows how we start school, but if we started in person, having a teacher be able to say, and here's some of the lesson, here's one of the things I recorded for you, and just managing it from the in-person classroom. Or if it needs to go to a virtual setting, now we've got those skill sets built in, and that's what's going to allow us to be nimble and flexible when the time comes. That's the part I think that right now we're hopeful that those 2 days can get everybody at least the starting place for where they would be to begin the year and be able to function in that environment. I think that's that's definitely something that's going to be a benefit to how we have school going this fall, as opposed to what was last spring's kind of set of expectations.
This seems really key to being successful over the next year, no matter what, color we're in or whatever. 2 days seems a little maybe tight, just to learn a whole fully functioning system. Is that enough time, or speak more to that?
Yeah, not even a little bit of enough time, but it might be enough to get us started. And I think that's the part that we probably at this point can't completely answer, is the fact that we're going to have to spend some pretty substantial amount of time this year making sure that we've got systems that will support teacher growth and development, because in some regards it may look more different this year than it ever has in the careers of many of it's definitely in my 31 years never been a year that I could compare it to. And I think we want to make sure we're supporting people in that work, and that means it can't end on day 2. It's got to continue, and we're going to have to continue to push out things that give them an opportunity to build their skill set. Otherwise, our kids are going to recognize that, and our teachers have a right to continue their own professional growth and development. And how do we support them in that, I think, is going to be key. And, Seth mentioned it earlier. That's the fourth component of what the governor's plan on how we could spend this money was, and that was on professional development for teachers and staff, so that whatever conditions we're under, we're providing teachers the support that they need and want to be able to deliver quality teaching and learning experiences for kids. That can't be done in 15 hours. It's going to take more time than that.
Okay, any other questions on that? On the fiscal impact, so this is year one, funding would be through the state coronavirus finance advisory committee funding, their grant program, is that correct? And then after that, it would need to be built into our budget.
Exactly, yeah. So the challenge with the grant that we're applying for, it's almost $400,000, but it has to be spent by December 30th. And so that's not going to be able to pay for more than the first year of the learning management system.
And will this program replace, or is there any duplication with any of the other program? We have so many gaggle and, all those different things that I know kind of all do different functions.
Yeah.
But is this eliminating anything we currently have in the?
Well, unfortunately, it's eliminating Google Classroom, which we currently don't pay for. So the answer to that question is no. I know there's a lot of different software packages that you guys see, and that's kind of the nature of a 21st century school at this point.
Okay, any other questions, board? All right, this is also an action item. Is there a motion to approve the recommendation to contract with Schoology?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Motion carries, Ms. Town. And we've got quite a few more to go here. Next one, action item is purchase of classroom libraries. This is at the elementary level. Go ahead, Dr. Cook.
So you've got a pretty big request in front of you to talk about some libraries that will exist in classrooms, and specific to kind of our plan that we started rolling out actually prior to my arrival, that this push for early literacy was going to start with kids reading real books of their choice at their opportunities. And we adopted last year, 2 years ago, I'm losing track, the Lucy Calkins writing units of study. And one component of that was writing only. And so now we're starting to talk about what might it look like for a reading program. Rather than adopting a reading curriculum at this moment, we're talking about these kinds of first steps on this. So I'm going to ask Katie Groutman and Dr. Kate Orozco to jump on now and kind of talk through the legitimacy and the rationale for spending over $800,000 on classroom reading materials and library books that would live in the classrooms.
Good evening, Chair Morrisroe and honorable trustees. We're coming before you tonight to ask for this rather large purchase in order to be able to serve our youngest kids and get their reading needs met. In the past, there have been basal readers and readers where you would all read the same book and you would answer questions on worksheets. And in the past 4 years, with our work with PEBC and with teaching and learning about conferring, we've had more understanding around what builds better readers, and we know that part of that is giving them access to real, authentic texts. And in order to do that, we need to provide our students with classroom libraries. We surveyed at the beginning of the summer our principals and found out where their needs were in their buildings, because some teachers already have quite robust libraries. And so we found out where their needs were, and based on that, we asked for a quote from the Calkins libraries. And then we received information from all of the schools except for Hayden Meadows, and so we will add Hayden Meadows into that and bring that before you at another time if this is approved. But we know we're very excited to get real books into the hands of kids because we know that they need to be able to immerse themselves in it to become great readers. And I'll allow Kate Orozco to add anything to this if she would like.
Good evening, everyone. I'm not sure exactly how much I would add, Katie. I think that was a good description. I think that when we make the shift from a kind of a traditional reading curriculum approach or instructional approach to something that's more authentic, there's a lot of shifts that have to happen, especially in our minds, in terms of what curricular resources look like. And I think in the past, we've thought of classroom libraries as kind of icing on the cake, that when you get all your work done, then you get to go read a book. And now what we know is to build real readers who have a sustained passion for reading over time. Reading real books is critical. So I think the classroom library sort of went from icing on the cake to the meat and potatoes of the meal. And I'd be delighted to answer any questions. I know we've had a chance a little bit in the preview work for the meeting to sort of answer some questions online. But if there are others, it's a chance to talk about our passion, both Katie's and my passion.
Could you speak to how school libraries and classroom libraries then really work together with all these things? Does one take away from the other or eliminate one of the other, or just speak to that?
I'd be happy to take this one, Katie, if that's okay. And then, there's kind of a genuine and legitimate concern about why the investment in classroom libraries when we know 10 steps down the hall there's a pretty robust school library in most of our schools. And so Rebecca, I think it's a good question. What we know though is that the more books are available at the fingertips of the kids in different genres and at different reading levels in classrooms, and the more kids are reading books of their choice, and also that there's some guiding in that decision making as well. But the more they're doing that, it actually increases readability of the school libraries because it's that thing you can imagine, and you've probably experienced it as parents. I just read Hatchet, and now I've got to read Brian's Winter to find out what happens to him, and someone has it here in the classroom. I've got to get to the library to find that book, right? That's the kind of real conversation that happens all the time. In addition, our classroom libraries, our school libraries are not as available as we'd love them to be. We'd love kids to be able to go in and out of that school library all the time, grabbing books at lunch and at recess, but kids have library time. And so most of us think of classroom library or school libraries as something that's available to our kids at their fingertips. And that's actually more difficult, especially for kids who have to hop on a bus before or after school, or in schools where there are a lot of sections that have to get their library time fit in there. So those two ideas, classroom libraries and school libraries, actually support one another, and they live well in tandem. And I am constantly asking for support of both.
Kate, I had a question. I was kind of cruising through some of the selections on the Lucy Culkin site, and it looks like it's kind of broken down into like grade 3 on level, grade 3 before, below benchmark, and then additional titles. So is the thought that which one of these little categories are we purchasing or potentially purchasing for each classroom?
We would be purchasing the on-level classroom libraries, and I would note that even though it's on level, there is a wide range of different books offered through the on level. We we purchased actually one set just to make sure we understood what it was that they're purchasing, because it's proprietary what books they'll offer. And so we took a look. We actually looked at every single book that they offer for each classroom library. And I would argue that there are many books that are below grade level, as well as many books that are above grade level for that selection. And that's simply to account for, I think, the different reasons that we read. Sometimes we read to appreciate a theme or an idea, and sometimes we read in order to grow our muscle in our ability to read, and we need to be challenged with harder text. And so there is quite a large variety there, even though it says it's on level.
I think I'd add one more thing too, Katie, and that just is that the teachers reading, the teachers reading and writing project. So Lucy Calkins' people, Lucy believes firmly that kids accelerate their reading abilities and competency much more greatly when they're reading texts that they can read fluently at about 90%, which is pretty darn fluent. We don't agree completely with that, because what we've seen and what we know and what research also tells us, in addition to that, is that when kids have a very, very high interest in a particular topic, they can and do choose and successfully read books that are that are way above their grade level, frankly. And they do that because, and we all probably know this, because the passion and the stamina sort of exist intrinsically in that decision. So I was delighted when Katie and her team showed me the collection of books that are available at any given grade level. It felt really robust in terms of the nonfiction texts that were there, the themes that were represented in a variety of ways. It was just really encouraging to see the selection.
What would be your guys' thought about if these books were then put in the classroom? How, considering this isn't going to be a normal school year, do we keep these books available and safe for students to pass around and share? I know that students will go in and select their handful, but then when they're finished, is it more work for teachers to have to clean them, redistribute them? Even a library in itself this year is probably going to be challenging because of the issue with sharing and transferring books.
Yeah.
I had some concern about that. And many of the books, they're fantastic. Rats of Nim, Roald Dahl, they're all books that my children have thoroughly enjoyed. But almost all of them were checked out at their school library. And so I know we have robust library catalogs, and we've worked really hard to develop those. Would it be possible that we could create some Lucy Calkins compilations using the resources from our library? If we were in kind of a transition year, we weren't sure if schools were going to be open and operating full time, and we didn't want to worry about keeping them together and clean. And it seems like a big ask for staff to manage this potentially.
Yeah. Lisa, it doesn't surprise you at all that we've had a number of articles have come out about book handling in libraries during COVID, right? And we've actually seen some really good, solid, practical guidelines about how you handle books in a classroom under COVID conditions, like how you essentially quarantine the books after they've been read, how you display books. There's this term called book shopping, when kids at a certain time of the week actually get a chance to peruse a number of new books and sort of look through those books and make decisions about their next smart stack of reading. And they've talked about ways that you can do that. You can do a lot. You can show book covers online. You can have conversations. You can do hold up books. I bet you I've read dozens of ways that kids can peruse books, share books, ways that we can sort of isolate those books after they've been read for 72 to 96 or 92 hours. I know that time seems to keep switching, but how do we tuck those books away so that they're safe for the next child to read? I feel pretty strongly that relying strictly on school libraries this year simply won't be enough. I think you're right to know that we're going to have to do a lot of strategizing at each school to figure this out. But I'm absolutely certain that we need the books and we'll use the books this year. We have a number of teachers new to us who have almost nothing for classroom libraries, and there are some pretty deeply ingrained equity issues about books on shelves in homes and books available to kids, books available to new teachers, that sort of thing.
I had a question real quick to kind of piggyback off of that. That's kind of like in person, face to face, where the kids would have access to looking at these books and choosing books. But I'm sure we have a plan, as we've had millions of plans. Seems like we're coming up with plan after plan, but we have neighboring states that are starting off school online. We have districts in Idaho that are starting school off online. And we know how important it is to get books in the hands of kids. So what does that look like if we're starting off online, getting books in the hands of all of our kids, some who have massive amounts of books in their own home to some who have zero. I'm sure you guys have thought about that as well, and I do know the excitement. I'm excited about classroom libraries. If you ever had the opportunity to adopt a classroom in the Coeur d'Alene School District, it's pretty fantastic to go in there and distribute the books to the little kids and watch their excitement and have them gravitate and sit down. Those were the days. Hopefully we can get back to those, but I'm just wondering what the plan is in place, or if we've thought of that, if we were just online.
I don't know that we have a solid plan in place yet, but I do know that we have thought a lot about how we would get books and other materials that are more hands-on type materials to kids who will need things like that. For example, their iReady books for math and their handwriting without tears books for learning handwriting. So there's a variety of different types of physical resources that children will likely be needing should we be in that red zone, or for the students who will be fully online. And so I'm not sure that we have any of those completely mapped out yet, but it's definitely part of our thinking as we move forward.
You said it well, Katie. You know, the difference between last spring and now is that we have some warning and some planning, and we have some good problem-solving structures in place for figuring out exactly that. Amber, I think you hit it. We have to be very, very intentional about who gets which books, because they're reading what, and how we support and monitor and assess their reading skills all the time, regardless of whether they're learning at home or learning in our schools. And there's a tremendous, our folks have been doing, as you can imagine, a lot of thinking about that over the summer. And yeah, I would be misleading if I told you we had it all figured out. We don't. But what we do have is a passion and a desire to do it really, really well, and to make sure that those classroom libraries are being used regardless of what stage we're in.
I do have one more question. Just granted that this is such a large sum of money and we don't necessarily know what's ahead of us, I am curious, and it's hard to know what we don't know at this point, but since this money is set aside for the purchase of curriculum resources, looking forward to kind of in a new type of school year, do we have a sense that there's going to be additional curriculum resources that are going to need to be purchased, and either electronically or what? And will we have funds to do that? And so, Dr. Cook, maybe you could speak to that a little bit, because I just want to make sure that before we spend this sum specifically for this with a new learning system and thing, that we're going to have the funds necessary to do what we need to do.
Yeah, so that's actually a question we've taken into very serious consideration this year. And I think the thing I would tell you at this point right now is when it comes to what are we going to be spending money on for success for this year, our conversation migrates away from what are the resources that people would need, and we almost invariably wind up what are the training opportunities that we're going to need. And so I'm confident to say that right now, we made these promises years ago when the local levy dollars were committed to updating curricula through the district, that we would commit those dollars to trying to provide the best materials for our kids. And so I'm confident in the statement that this is a good expenditure for using local dollars to purchase these libraries for our youngest readers. It is a very solid investment. I don't think we're necessarily done coming to you and saying, hey, there's some things we're going to have to think about because it is a unique year. And I think we've got a good grip on that right now. But I can assure you that when that conversation comes to what's the biggest bang for our dollars right now, the one that we kind of come back to every single time are what are those professional development opportunities that we really need to get dialed in on. So I'm confident this is a good purchase.
Dr. Cook, I think I just have to kind of echo Rebecca's comments that I think this is a very valuable purchase, and I think it's a worthwhile investment. I'm not sure the timing's right for this investment, to be quite honest. You know, we're headed towards a levy in March. We have more uncertainty in our community and in our country than we've experienced in many decades. And this level of expenditure gives me heartburn, I have to be quite frank. And I don't think it's an expenditure that is a make or break us at this moment. And we are going to have some of those decisions, whether it's increasing bus routes, whether it's updating HVAC systems. We've made some decisions about security that have been difficult because we've been lacking in funding. And I look at the level of expenditure knowing that many of our libraries, we've had much community support through Innovia, through CEP, and we're doing our best to make sure that they have catalogs that meet the needs of our teachers. I wonder if there was a way that we could catalog those libraries or those schools most at risk. And maybe we commit 20% of this purchase this year, knowing that potentially schools won't be operating in person full time for the entire year. And we could earmark some of it and wait and see and wait and watch. I don't know if there's just a compromise, but it is a large curriculum expenditure. And, we're talking about integrated math and it needing resources. And there are just so many things that I know we're going to be forced to make difficult decisions. And while I think this is an exceedingly important one, it gives me a little bit of discomfort.
It is a lot of money. And I think, just as I was listening to Dr. Orozco talk, and I can't remember which of us were here when we did this exercise. It was probably a year ago in this room, and we talked about when we were in elementary school and when we read and what we remembered from that. And I remember it was a lot of the same themes, but it was, reading books you didn't like, reading, being forced to read out loud about something you didn't care about or didn't like, those sorts of things. And, I understand what you're both saying, but I also see that just a tremendous benefit to having these resources available for our students, especially at those schools that, for whatever reason, maybe they don't have the libraries at home that some kids have access to. And so, I guess I understand the questioning of it and I agree with it, but I also see just a tremendous benefit. And I think if you look at where our district has come with K-3 reading just in the last few years and how it's sort of reinvigorated at the teacher level through the Denver experience, PEBC, and those sorts of things, I just see this as an integral part of it. To me, that if we want our kids, I believe a few years ago we said we wanted 100% of our students at the end of third grade reading at grade level, and we know we're not there and we have a way to go. That I see this as a crucial building block for doing that.
I think it's important to note that many of these resources, if you peruse the catalogs, are available at our school libraries. So it's not that we're adding novel books or books that aren't available to our students. I think our librarians have done a tremendous job to incorporate and improve access to nonfiction. And so I would be curious to know, Kate, if you can provide us some more information on, how many of these books exist and at what level, are we duplicating resources that may sit on shelves for a good portion of the year? Do you have any, I know we have a school catalog that we can kind of get a sense of how many of these titles, maybe we already have, but was that looked into?
We do have, in some instances, this is duplicating resources, but that's intentional. And the reason for that is you spoke to your own kids' experience of wanting to read certain books and not having them necessarily available to them. And we want to make sure that when kids are developing their passion and their interest and they really want to read that book, that they have it available to them or near available to them. And in fact, the way that these libraries are curated, it's very intentional. And so a teacher might do some read aloud with the first book in a series, and then there will be 2 or 3 copies of the next book in the series, because they know that sparks interest in children to read the next novel, because they want to find out what happens next. And so that's done very intentionally to provide more than one copy of the book, so that kids can read together and share their learning and create book buddies and talk about what they've read, because we know that discourse is such a vital part of understanding what you read and developing your reading skills.
I'd add just maybe one, so I think I can understand that perception of, gosh, if there's books in those school libraries and now we're spending this money and we're not quite certain whether or not these are really the right books. I think I get that. I honestly do. I think what's powerful and important is a couple thoughts. Number one, the books from the Teachers Reading and Writing College, that's not a random sort of chancy thing. These are people who've been doing this work for 25 years, and they curate those libraries every single year, and they choose books specifically that gather interest in the kids, that teach the themes, that help them develop their reading skills, and it makes them just more passionate readers. That's one thought. A second thought I had is that it's not easy in school, and even less likely when kids are at home, to figure out a way to have access to those school libraries. That's not an easy thing. And I think particularly at this time, it seems like at this time now more than ever, we'd want to invest in those school libraries. What we kept hearing this spring were the difference in the connections of kids who had the right books at their fingertips and the kids who didn't, the kids who just, picked up something. So I'm never going to minimize the generosity of our community, especially the Inovia Foundation, but it would kill me to sort of think that we're going to leave that sort of up to chance and generosity of our community when this is the curricular resource. I don't think we'd do that for any other discipline, and it would be difficult to imagine doing that for reading. And I know that's not really what you're saying.
I want to be really clear. I think this is a fantastic collection, and I think it's a step in the right direction. I'm just unsure about the timing of this purchase. And so nothing to do about the collection and the value of having classroom libraries. I think it is invaluable. What I wonder about is enrollment numbers, schools opening, accessing these books, keeping them clean, getting them to students, and we have library books that we could do that temporarily. Is there a lead time on these? Like, if we postponed this for 30 days to see what was going to happen, would that set you guys back? Or I just think there's so many balls up in the air right now that this is a huge piece of it. But
so just to give you more context, even if you were to approve this tonight, we wouldn't be receiving these books and have them in classrooms by September 8th, just because of the lead time that would be necessary. Also, just to give you more information to help you make your decision, I think it's important to note that, like Dr. Orozco said, that these libraries, we at the beginning of the year, or excuse me, at the beginning of the summer, we did survey principals and asked them who needed libraries, and this quote is based on that information, which was a good majority, granted, of classroom teachers. But we do have some classroom teachers who have close to nothing right now in terms of a classroom library, and the word library might even be a little bit misleading. It's really curriculum resources to teach reading, and currently we don't have that provided to every classroom evenly, and again, some have none, and we have not had a curriculum adoption for reading since 2012. So that's just some more information to maybe for you to consider.
But students have access to our library. We pay for library teachers and we fund library time, correct? To make sure.
Correct. Yes.
About access.
Yes,
Okay.
Yes.
So students have the ability to check out library books.
they do.
Yes.
And if I'm understanding it correctly, my kids haven't been in elementary for a while, but library on a typical school year, they go to the library once a week per class, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, and although
That's correct.
we may have those books in our library that they go to once a week, and they could go before school or after school. Say a particular series that's popular in a classroom or across fourth grade, and you have multiple students wanting to check out that series just from our library. I think it's amazing to have it available in their own classroom libraries. So I get it, I get the timing, but I'm excited. I'm excited for our teachers to have access, and our students to have these books right there in front of them, in their classrooms.
And I think I would just add that anything we do this year is going to be a timing question. I think it's a fair and very reasonable thing for a trustee to ask of us. And I think the most responsible thing I feel like I can say back in that regard is I think this is a very strong move for equitable opportunities for kids in classrooms. And if we do wind up in some fragmented delivery of education this year, those classrooms could, or those students could access these classroom libraries through online, through checkout with coordinated work with their teachers, those kinds of things. And I think cleaning is something we do have to consider. I think it's a very real concept that we have to deal with. But kids having access to those books is, in my opinion, the strongest way to provide opportunities for those kids that most need them, that are going to access them more directly. And I think for that reason alone, this is a very real request at a very difficult time. And I think it's duly noted with us, for sure, me, and I think our team, that right now what we need to be doing is taking significant and extra consideration for every single ask we make, because we don't know what stands before us. But that being said, I do think it's a very real situation for us to consider the timing on every ask that we have, especially when they're substantial. But with the board's support, we would love to still consider that this is a valid and useful purchase for kids at this particular instance.
I think for me, I needed to hear all that, just from you and from Katie and Kate. And I especially, if we can get the books in the hands of kids, even if they're in school part-time or whatever, and send them home, especially those kids that don't have access at other times to take home books and that type of thing, then I'm supportive of that. So thanks.
Okay, so this is an action item. I know there was at least some talk around potentially tabling or holding off. So I just say if we're ready, let's either make a motion to approve or a motion to table.
I'll make a motion to approve the purchase of classroom libraries as presented.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Okay.
I just want to thank you guys for your effort in looking for these libraries. I think they're a fantastic idea. My no vote tonight is not because I don't support literacy. It's because I'm worried about the unsettling times we're in, and I support your effort in this, and I commend your passion and commitment to literacy.
Any other discussion on the motion? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Motion carries, Ms. Town. All right. Next up, probably have Katie on the phone with us still, or on the screen.
If you
Hi,
recall,
friends.
if you recall, the about 700 pages, I think, of your board book is the provisional math approval that we'd like to get in front of you tonight. And so Katie is going to step right into the next one. And Katie, it's your show.
Thank you, Dr. Cook. This is just to ask you for a 1-year provisional authorization or approval for the secondary math curriculum. We presented it at the last board meeting. We offered it up for comment and received none. And so now we are here to ask you to approve it per our curriculum cycle. And I won't, and that's about as much as I think that you probably want to hear from me on that, given the length of the presentation last time and the length of the packet.
Okay, thank you, Katie. Any questions on this? As she mentioned, we saw this last month, and it seems like we see it every month. But we've talked a lot about secondary math, and really the curriculum team that Katie worked with on this did really some fantastic work during some tough setting and situation there to really keep the ball moving on this while we weren't in school or we weren't in buildings, and present this rewrite. So is there any questions for Katie? Okay. And this is a change a little bit in practice. I think this is maybe the first curriculum we've done this with where it's a 1-year approval, and then it'll come back to us to kind of a permanent approval, if you will. So we will see this again, and there will be tweaks on it between now and then as they rewrite it. And that's really why we went to that new process, is just because we know there was some changes that were made in the first year, and so this was just to honor those and to reflect those in the curriculum document. So, if there's no questions, is there a motion to approve the secondary math curriculum for 1 year in alignment with the curriculum adoption cycle?
I'll make the motion to approve the secondary math curriculum for 1 year in alignment with the curriculum adoption cycle. Maybe I just echoed what you just said.
Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries. Any opposed? No. Okay. All right. Dr. Cook, are you taking these two documents that we saw last week, last month, the district work plans? We saw these for information last month, and they're back for action with us. If you recall, there's 6, 7, 8 documents that are part of the overall district work plan. Most of those were approved, I can't even recall, end of June, I believe, at a special meeting we had at the end of June. But these two were still being worked on. And so they're coming to us a little bit later.
So I'd like to treat them separately if we could. The long-range plan, if you recall, Scott was kind of the escort for getting the long-range plan before you. And so if I think he's in there. Is he planning on coming out here? Scott, are you back there? I think the one thing I would say about the long-range plan is that was a part and built into the strategic plan all along. And I think we released that plan to the long-range committee, and they or released the draft plan, and they actually had some pretty significant feedback for us then, and that was included in the information that you've had in the previous meeting. And so I don't know that we've had a tremendous amount of comments. I think we've had a few things, some details since that point. And Scott, I'm going to let you jump in here if you'd like.
Good evening, Chair Morrisroe, members of the board. Wow, it's been such a long road with this one, and I'm happy that we're here today. We just made a few minor tweaks and corrections that were requested here at your last meeting. I think we corrected a map or two and added some clarifying language. I'm not sure we have the plan ready to pull up just right now, but I'm sure Seth could find it if we need it. And I'm happy to answer your questions.
Scott, I'd just like to thank you. You did a great job on this, and I appreciate all of the hard work, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and I appreciate all your passion and your questions and contributions over the last, I think it feels like 8 months with this project. So, and I'm actually thinking about the next chapter and diving back in and seeing what we can do with it over this next year.
You know, while we're recognizing Scott, I think it's important to recognize Lisa and Jerry Anderson, our chair of long range planning, who both put a lot of work and, as Scott mentioned, passion behind this to see this through. It's been a long time coming for a district, and to do this with a committee and have this caliber of a document, I think is impressive when you see other districts spending 6 figures on planning documents like this. And you know, this one fits our district, I think, really well because of the process we used. It was a lot of people who really were passionate about our district and knew our district well, as opposed to an outside agency or group. So I think it's fantastic what we were able to do. So thank you, Lisa, and Jerry, if you're at home watching. Is there any other questions on long-range planning facility or the long-range facility plan? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the long-range facility plan as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Blended learning framework, you want to do that separate? There's Seth coming out the door.
Yeah, let's talk about that one a little bit. So I think it's important to note here that the blended learning plan didn't start out as a part of the strategic plan, and I think necessity pushed us into that design. And I'll tell you that eventually, once the blended learning plan is approved by the board, it will then get moved into the reopening plan that will then continue to be supervised and kind of watched by the board. And when we bring updates to you, it could include updates to the blended learning plan. And so because of the way the timing came out on the blended plan, it actually became a part of the board's work, or the staff presented it in front of the board as a part of before the reopening plan really existed. And so I want to make sure we're designating that we're asking for your approval tonight, but then we will then be migrating that under the resolution that we'll be talking about a little bit later if it's approved by you guys tonight. So I'm going to turn it over to Seth at this point and just let him take it from here.
Sounds good. Thank you, Dr. Cook. Members of the board, this was in your packet last month, and we received quite a few public comments, mostly from our staff. And so you'll see many red lines in there. Actually, we updated quite a bit of the document since the last time you saw it, especially editing a few portions for clarity. I think at times there's been some confusion about what it means when we're talking about blended learning. And so I added some parts in there, especially under that. When we talk about blended learning, I think it's important to remember that these are 2 different groups of students. And so this has been used a lot in schools over time. You know, I'm a former elementary school teacher, and so the station rotation model is something I used in my classroom all the time, where I had, you know, one group of students that was working online while I had a small group with me, and then we would rotate. And so you'll see a graphic added in here that kind of explains that a little bit better, I think. I believe it's on page 9. So it kind of talks a little bit about that. I added that to clarify that for one of the staff questions. There's also a few different appendices that we added. including the e-school option that we're starting to get information out to our families on. And so as we've been working in different committees over the last 6 weeks or so, that was something that really rose to the surface. And I think the learning management system fits into that certainly, but giving families an option for online-only learning was something that we wanted to address. And so you'll find that in this plan under Appendix A. So with that, I'll stand for any questions. You can see the updated version in your packet. By no means is this probably finished at this point. I think we'll probably be bringing it back to you from time to time to update as we learn more or have other things that we need to talk about.
I've had a question about the office hours. So is that term analogous with the teacher actually teaching a lesson, or is that like a drop-in, the student has questions? Because in here, and maybe I missed it, I know we had talked about at certain age, students will receive X amount of online teacher instruction. Is that considered classroom hours, or is that in addition to the minimum amount of online instruction that parents can expect their students will receive?
Yeah, so that would be in addition. The office hours is more meant for drop-in times. And one thing that we heard in our feedback from families as well as from staff was just the need to be consistent. And so that's why we tried to outline specific times for elementary, middle, and high school there so that staff didn't have a ton of overlapping time. That also, some of those times are used for class video calls. That was another thing that our families told us was, they couldn't keep track of when things would be, and it was changing all the time. And so we wanted to provide some consistency if we could there.
And that still allow enough time for the teacher to, high school is probably going to have the most interaction with students, or the most minimum hours, I would guess, weekly. That would still allow for teachers, if they're teaching 5 periods, to check in with their student X number of hours per week, or provide the lesson that's being instructed. Some of the feedback I've just received from parents is confusion over that. If we use a blended learning or an online learning, what can they expect as far as how frequently will they interact with that class, each teacher?
Yeah, and did you want to take that one, Dr. Cook?
I just want to make sure that we're clarifying right now that what we're talking, that we need to be cautious when we talk about distance learning expectations in office hours and what blended learning looks like, because those two could get very easily confused in the discussion. But like for the high school, for example, if we're in distance learning, a consistent model of having a high school teacher be available from 10 to 11:30 for kids to do check-ins with for whatever that might look like, in addition to or separated from the instruction or the asynchronous videos or whatever that might look like when we're in a distance learning model, that's going to create the kind of structure that we're looking for so that it becomes predictable and parents can say to their kids, Mr. Twitchell's available from 10 to 11:30, reach out to him, talk to him that day. That's a little bit of a different discussion than if we were to happen to be in some kind of a blended model in which some kids are in school and some kids are participating online because of the type of model that we're choosing. So I just wanted to make that distinction. I think that's important to talk about as we figure out what those categories are going to be and how that fits into our plan.
I think some of the feedback that we received was, parents just want some assurances that there'll be a specific amount of allotted time, like we saw with Spokane Public Schools. K-5 had this many number of minutes with the teacher per week, and I guess I thought we were going to have something for parents so they could know what to expect. Is that something that would be not in this document, but in our opening framework?
So that's actually Appendix C in the document. There's the recommended amount of times for distance learning. So if we're in that model, what we did was we just took from what Spokane was using was actually from their state Department of Education. So we adapted those and put them in the framework under Appendix C.
Yeah, I guess this is what exactly I was looking for. Are we, when it says recommended, it's not expected necessarily. Is there some assurances? Can it be more than recommended? Can it be
Expected
or provided?
Provided,
something
yes.
to that extent.
We're happy to update that if that's the board's desire.
So, Lisa and Tamara, you're talking it says recommended guidelines, it'd be required guidelines, is what you'd like that to read, or something along that line, or?
Yeah, I just think so. That was, you know, a lot of the feedback I read was, you know, parents want to know how much actual teaching time they can expect this, if we enter into some sort of blended or online learning situation. And so I think recommended is still a little bit fuzzy. And I think something a little stronger might provide parents some reassurances.
Say that again.
Is Appendix C in reference to the amount of hours for distance learning?
Yeah. I did want to clarify that's for student commitment, though, and what you're talking about sounds a little bit different. It sounds like you're talking about the amount of time a teacher would spend instructing. Is that, am I hearing that correctly?
And that's what Spokane's included. It was, you know, how much time they would be online with that specific teacher that they're, whatever class they're assigned to.
So you're talking live, synchronously, like all students? Because that's a little bit different than...
I'm not requiring that it be live or synchronous, just, you know, whether it's pre-recorded or, you know, Charter released theirs, and it was very clear for parents what they can expect and what the school year looks like. And some preliminary feedback I've received is what can we expect more than just a recommended. And I guess I just assumed that that was teacher instruction time, but that's what you're saying the student should expect to spend on coursework?
Right. Yeah, it's for maximum student commitment each day during distance learning. And again, that's taken directly from OSPI, which is Washington's Department of Education.
Okay, any other questions?
Since this is the first time that we've seen it, and maybe Dr. Cook, you want to speak to it later. I've already had questions this afternoon from folks just regarding eSchool. And so I don't know if that's something you want to speak to now or if you'd like to speak to it later, but.
I think I'd like to speak to it now and to speak to it later. So part of this, and we released information today, is the beginning of the plan of what are we going to do for folks, for students and or staff that maybe are a little concerned about immunocompromisation, health issues, just what those opportunities might look like. And this is the beginning of that communication, and I think our next steps is to start to build that out a little bit more. We recognize that right now, essentially, we've said there will be an e-school, which in effect, what we're committing to in that statement is providing our students access to our teachers with our curriculum and our resources so that they can experience at least what we would anticipate is their school year. And we're kind of doing this based in a year, and we will obviously have to have more information out for folks. But we felt like we also needed to get that started because of the conversation today and getting people to at least know and understand what it is. There's a lot of planning that's been going into this, and now it's time to start exposing more and more, and as those questions come, we'll answer them. But I think the thing I would talk about, that at least at this level, is we anticipate that it will be our curriculum, our teachers, for our kids. I suppose there might be an exception or two if we have some kind of an odd request for an elective or a high-level course in which we don't have access to somebody that could teach that course, that we might have to provide IDLA or something like that for those options. But I don't anticipate that being the rule. I anticipate that being the exception. The idea would be if this works out, and I think that's important for us to discuss, is that we would have some number of kids who are opting into this and some number of teachers that are opting into this, and then we start to create those connections so that works out while still maintaining highly qualified instructors in front of our students as it goes. And I would anticipate that won't be without issues we have to resolve, and we may have to have a situation in which we offer Bruce Twitchell, for example, would you be willing to teach an online course for extra resources? But primarily, we would anticipate that there would be online teachers, online kids.
And sorry, did you want to add to your?
Go ahead.
On the, I've had a couple of people, or I don't know if you guys have gotten those emails about the e-school. Some were referencing if they wanted their children to do e-school and they enroll, must they stay in that for the entire year, or can they opt to go back into whatever form we're in, blended or what have you. And then, or can they start off blended, and then if that's not working, then enter into our e-school?
Yeah, I think there's two things that we're hearing a lot of, and the first one is, what's my commitment time-wise? And we would ask, first of all, that our goal would be, we would hope that people would commit for a year, but if it's not working, then we're going to work with our families. And I think we would try to align those transitions as best we could to grading periods, so quarterly or something along those lines would be kind of our hopes. And then the second piece is that you don't lose connection to your school, whatever your home school is, that you still remain connected in some fashion to that school. And I think that's an important consideration for our folks, that doesn't seem punitive if they are thinking about their options. And one of them is, it's going to be better for my child's situation, or we have health compromised individuals at home that would be better for our child to be in a situation like that. If they lose connection to their school, then that seems punitive, and we will want to make sure that they stay connected. But there is a logistical kind of difficulty in planning for something like this that is going to make it a little bit difficult for people to try these schools on like shoes and then pick what fits best for them. So we're going to hopefully kind of keep that situation as stable as possible, I think, for some time. We're pretty close to the margins financially, and anytime you're moving situations, it's going to cost more resources. And so there are some limitations that we're going to have to live by, I think, that are just practical and real.
Any thoughts on what those financial, I mean, this is a whole new school. Any thoughts on what the financial commitment is?
Yeah, that's one of the things we've been talking about quite a bit. If we're talking some percentage of our, if we have 200 kids that want to do an online school, that's a completely different scenario than if we have 3,000 kids that want to do an online school. And both of those circumstances have to be accounted for, which could include things like, in the I don't want to say in the worst case, but in that largest case, now we're talking about 30% of our student population potentially wanting to move into an environment like that. We would need a reciprocal kind of commitment out of staff, and not just teachers, but potentially special needs staff and, paras and all the sundry things that would take to function as a school, including things like building administrators, who now would be considered e-school administrators. And so, we could be standing in front of you saying, hey, we need to make some recommendations for hires depending on the circumstances once we have that data and we know what we're up against.
I think on the technical side, though, that was another reason for wanting to have a learning management system so that we could shift easily, from in-person to blended to distance learning. And then certainly we've talked about devices here a lot, that we have devices available for all of our students currently. And so from a technical standpoint, there's really not going to be too many additional expenses. It's really going to be about staffing primarily.
So I'm assuming that that's why the dates were given today as far as when people need to kind of commit to this, and it's kind of backed up a little bit. And I've heard some feedback already that seems so soon, and we don't even know what we're doing. And so I'm assuming that we need to know if this is where folks are leaning, so that we can prepare and plan and make it happen well. So. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think it's important for, I don't know that it's good for me to say it on the record that we probably can't hold on to that date, because we need to know, we need to place every kid, right, wherever that might be. But we've also got to get our arms wrapped around how are we going to start structuring this? And those two things happen together. We can build a plan right now, but if nobody comes, then we've got a problem. And so we kind of have to build this as we go. And I think that's the part that right now we're trying to hit the sweet spot. I don't want to publicly state that's a fuzzy date for when they have to make their decisions, but maybe it's a little bit of a fuzzy date, because we have to, number one, we need to declare where we think we're going to be when the circumstances come to that time when there are going to be, and we know this date is coming, that people want to know how will we open on September 8th. And so we're going to have some things out to people to help them to start to plan for what their personal decisions might be for their children.
Okay, additional questions on the blended learning framework? Okay. All right, so is there a motion to approve the blended learning framework as presented?
So moved. Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Motion carries. Next up, this is an item back from last month as well. And we had some discussion around the Hayden Lake School site. I don't even know if it was at our July meeting or if it was at a special meeting, perhaps. Okay, thank you. July meeting. And so we've got an update. It was supposed to be on our agenda here today. So, Dr. Cook, are you handling this one?
I am, at least at the beginning, and then we've got Jeff here too. I think at one point we talked about the idea that if we were legitimately thinking about selling the old Nexa Hayden Lakes Elementary School, that we wanted to have conversations with the city of Hayden to see the garner interest and see if there's some feasibility of doing something that might be partnership or collaboration or whatever with them. We've talked with them. They have respectfully and graciously declined interest, not because of anything that we've done or that they've lacked doing themselves. They're going to pass. And so that brings us back to, at least I think, the initial conversation of checking in with you guys to determine if it's still in the board's interest to seek authorization for us to pursue possibility of selling this property. And that discussion is first and foremost, I think, our next step. City of Hayden is now officially, they're graciously out, and they would like us to go forth and prosper and do whatever we're going to do. And so I'm bringing that back for you guys to give us that direction that you would like.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Cook. Just a refresher on this. I know we talked about this last month with the property behind Hayden Meadows. But as far as how the process on this would play out is, if we so choose, we'd authorize for this site to be advertised for sale on a sealed bid process. We'd receive those sealed bids, and then it would take board action to accept the winning bid, the highest bid, to sell this property. So we are not committing ourselves to sell it. If we take action today, but we're committing to solicit offers, really. And it wouldn't be until we accept an offer that we'd be actually selling the parcel. So we had a lot of discussion about this last month. Any questions around this? Let's see, there is a motion in the board book.
I'll move to direct the administration to solicit sealed bids for the cash sale of the Hayden Lake School in accordance with Idaho Code 33601 to the highest bidder, which shall be subject to final approval of the Board of Trustees.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And thank you to the City of Hayden. Jeff, I know you worked with them, just for them being able to communicate their position with us quickly. So. Okay, next up is the athletic training contracts for high school sports, I believe.
So if you recall, Kootenai Health had some restructuring happen this past spring, and we lost their services for athletic training services for this school year. And so we were in the process of scrambling, if you will, a little bit to try to find a solution for our athletic and extracurricular teams this year. And so I'm going to ask, I think we've got Jeff here in person, and Kelly Nichols is available online to discuss the options and how we wound up in the situation we are and the recommendations that we'd like to give you regarding athletic training services for the 2021 school year.
Yes, good evening, Chairman Morrisroe, members of the board, Dr. Cook. As you know, as Dr. Cook presented, that we did receive notice from Kootenai Health that they were going to not be able to maintain the athletic training contract that we previously had with them due to their financial constraints due to COVID-19 that they were going through as well. So as we started to figure out what are the next steps for us, we had a few community partners step up to say, well, let's see if we can come up with some options for how we can do this. You have two proposals in your board packet because we received two different options from kind of two different entities that were partnering with some different agencies as well. One being from Northwest Specialty Hospital, partnering with kind of some of their sub-doctors through the orthopedic surgery and sports medicine clinic. And then the second being Dr. Quinn, who is part of the CUNY Health Network, had said, hey, we can't let this happen. This is really important for the schools and the program, and we need to find a way to make this work. And he kind of scrambled around his network with some of his partners and put together a proposal in there as well through the Action Sports Medicine program that he has through part of his practice in partnership with CUNY Health, who would provide the benefits, and also bringing in kind of a renewed partnership with North Idaho Physical Therapy, who was part of this program in the past. And so the details of the proposals are in your board packet. I'll highlight a couple things, but I've been asked to come before you guys today and make a recommendation for that. And in reviewing it, I think the main highlight is the financial consideration for this. And the Action Sports Medicine group has basically come to said, hey, we want to keep this where it was before, where the school district will be paying $20,000 per school to continue to fund this program, and they would cover the rest of the costs with this. Northwest Specialty Hospital was looking for $30,000 for each school from the district, so there's a $20,000 savings in the Action Sports program in that proposal. So that in and of itself, I think, is a big financial savings for the district. I think if you look at some of the details of how these proposals were put out, the trainers would essentially still be on a very similar system to what they were in the network. It's just regrouping a little bit how they're going to be paid through the Action Sports Medicine program. And Dr. Quinn is here as well if you have any specific questions about how he would set that up through the Action Sports program that he has. But essentially it would be just realigning how the trainers would be paid, but it would be working with the same network of doctors through CUNY Health would provide the benefits. And so really similar from the training standpoint. There's one trainer that has indicated she would like to stay on. She was the trainer that works at Lake City High School. And I think she's in favor of this proposal as well and staying on as kind of business as usual from her standpoint. Additionally, Action Sports Medicine has indicated they have an idea of a possible trainer they could hire for the Coeur d'Alene High School. That is, I think, kind of on the docket for them to potentially come to the table with this, that they have interviewed or will be interviewing, and if this comes to fruition, would like to potentially hire for that. And let's see, and I think also just the opportunity for the trainers to work in the clinics was a big difference that I saw between the two proposals. And that was not explicitly stated in the proposals that you have in your packet, but from conversations that I've had with Northwest Specialty Hospital and Dr. Quinn, I believe there's a little bit more opportunity during the off season and maybe sometimes when they're not specifically working with training to work within the clinics of the Action Sports Network and CUNY Health as they have done in the past. So with that, it would be our recommendation from staff that we approve the proposal that you received from Action Sports Medicine. And if you have any questions, I would stand for those. And if you have any very specific questions, we can certainly defer to Dr. Quinn on those as well.
Just real quick, Jeff, on that, I just want to clarify the financial contribution, if you will. The one proposal was $30,000 per school.
Correct.
And you said $40,000 per school on the other proposal, but I think is it $40,000?
It's $40,000 total. $20,000 per school would be the second. If I'm
doing the math with the $20,000 difference, I assume that's what you meant.
I maybe misspoke on that. So yeah, it is $20,000 per school for a total of $40,000 through the Action Sports. And if you have any other questions, Kelly Nichols can chime in as well. And she was very helpful this last week when I was gone, of helping to pull some of this together. And this ended up being a little bit of a last-minute ad for us to get these details, but part of that is timing as we move into sports starting up on August 10th. So we were under a time frame to get some of this worked out and figured out as well.
How do students have access to these trainers? And Dr. Quinn might be able to answer some of these questions, but are they taking care of all sports, or is it kind of just certain activities that they're providing services for?
They're at most of the games. They're at the schools during practice times from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day. And then we'll cover the games, and they'll travel with some of the teams to go to the games and such. And so
Games for like basketball, wrestling?
yes, yeah, all sports are available to the trainers.
Their availability is kind of triage based on injuries, sports like football.
Dr. Quinn, if you can come up to the mic, sir. Thank you.
Sorry, so their level of participation with each sport is kind of triage based on the level of injuries. So a sport like golf, obviously an athletic trainer isn't at every golf match because there's really low yield in terms of injuries. But in a football game, they're there every game, and they have to be there in order to start games. And so it's kind of triage based on level of injury risk and
So an athlete in a low injury risk sport, if they say they pulled their quad, they could still reach out through their coach to the trainer, get seen.
Yeah, and there's a training room where the athletic trainer is, and
fantastic.
so all students are welcome to go see the athletic trainer in the training room. Yes, they're just not necessarily at the sporting event.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, they also will like make time and reach out. Like Kendall had some really bad stuff going on during basketball, and Bevan would say, I'm here during this time, or come here, I can tape you here. So like based on injuries as well and the needs, their office hours are there, yeah.
And do you think, Dr. Quinn, because I think it's a really special part of this proposal, is the concussion treatment or diagnosis that you guys are providing? I think that's kind of cutting edge and newer in probably athletic training input. Can you talk a little bit about how you guys are triaging concussions and then helping students determine how long they need to sit out, if there's any families watching, because I think that is a really important piece in this proposal.
Yeah, and so I think that Coeur d'Alene in general is pretty lucky to have someone like Dr. Panos available. Not a lot of communities have someone that specializes in concussion management. And so he works pretty closely with athletic trainers and using different programs to help kind of evaluate players or people with concussions, and then kind of, has a lot of protocols about getting them back to playing sports. And so he's definitely a great resource for the community.
And I think that's, for a few years, we've started, I think, doing that, where we've offered the base level screening, concussion screening preseason, at least in certain sports. Again, probably not a lot of concussions in golf, but there's probably a few. That's probably the common injury in golf, right? Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Quinn, for coming here tonight and sitting with us for a few hours to answer a couple of questions, and for putting this proposal together. That really allows us to maintain some continuity. Is there?
I couldn't see the
Thank you.
motion in the packet either.
And I would just
Hey.
remind you that we did get two proposals, and we need to make sure that we're supporting I shouldn't say we make sure, but our recommendation is that we go to support the proposal from Dr. Quinn's office.
Which is the Action Sports Medicine proposal.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
So is there a motion to approve the athletic training contract with Action Sport Medicine?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on that? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
And
Thank you, Dr.
Chair
Quinn.
Morrisroe, if I might add, before we move on, I'd like to just thank Dr. Quinn and his partners for putting their proposal together, but also for Northwest Specialty Hospital and his partners for taking the time to, realize a need and, a potential loss for us within the school district, and for the time that they put together to work something out that could have been a very feasible, viable option for us as well. So I think we need to publicly thank everybody who really helped participate in this to make this whole again for the district, and make sure we could continue to have these services for our students. So thanks to both groups that were working on this.
Thank you, Mr. Roller. Okay, let's move into information items. Before we do, I wish I would have got this earlier, but just in our agenda, we have the draft reopening plan, which I assume there's a lot of interest around that. That's the number one item on our agenda as far as public interest, and we were maybe mistaken in the order in which we placed it on this particular agenda. So I apologize for that. I just didn't catch that we could have or should have at least had it at the first information item, if not earlier in the agenda. And I know we tend to go action then info, but sometimes when we have an item of kind of main importance or interest, we move it up. And so I apologize that we didn't do so. Ben's accepted it, so I feel much better. Okay. All right. So Dr. Cook, I'll turn it over to you to get us going here.
Okay, so this is a new curricula that we're going to have Katie Groutman come and explain to you guys, and she's going to jump online and talk about this class that we hope to offer. Chris Life is at Lake City High School and is looking to extend a kind of a string of courses that he's got going, and it's kind of an exciting and fun opportunity. So I'm going to turn it over to Katie.
Good evening again, Chair Morrisroe and trustees. I'm asking tonight, or I'm presenting tonight information about Survival Science 3. This summer, Chris Life and I worked together to write curriculum for Survival Science 3, which extends Survival Science 1 and 2. His hope is eventually to, and the hope of Lake City High School is to eventually add Survival Science 4 next year. Survival Science 3 is a one-semester course that would be available for 10th through 12th graders at Lake City High School to learn about wilderness medicine and survival. It teaches a number of important concepts, including first aid, survival, how to conduct search and rescue, and pulls in a number of specialists to help students learn and extend their skills from Survival Science 1 and 2. And so tonight I'm providing this for information, and then we would put it out for comment for a 30-day period and bring it back to you for action at the end of that period, asking for a 1-year provisional approval following our curriculum cycle and our policies. And I'll stand for questions.
Katie, I assume he's been pretty successful in Survival Science 1 and 2 and has had some demand for continuing on.
He has, and in fact, it's been very exciting to hear about the kids whose lives he's impacted already. Some of them saying that because of what they've learned in Survival Science 1 and 2, they've avoided some tricky situations that might have ended differently had they not had that training.
Katie, on the kind of flashing back to the old version of this form when we had a new course proposal, and there was kind of a summary sheet on the front that would say some of the information you just provided, that this is for 10th through 12th grade students at Lake City High School and those sorts of things. What's the, it's an elective credit? Is that correct?
It is an elective credit. It's aligned with science biology standards. We don't have the summary sheet anymore since we're providing you the full curriculum. But within the curriculum, hopefully that gives you the information that you would need.
So it's an elective credit, not a science credit. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Katie, it looks like a great course, and I know the other courses have been successful and popular at Lake City. It kind of brings to attention to me that I wish all of our high schools could have access to an elective of this caliber, and hopefully as we move forward, we can work to shore up the opportunities for all of our students.
Thank you.
That was like a
would be my wish as
segue
well.
for later in the meeting, I think. We can't skip that far ahead, though. Stick around, okay. Okay, so this is just for information tonight. As Katie said, it'll be out for public comment for the next 30 days. We'll see it at our September meeting. And is the hope to offer this in semester 1 at Lake City, or is this a semester 2 offering? Or?
The hope would be to offer this in semester 1 for the students who have completed Survival Science 2.
Ms. Town, when is our September board meeting? So our board meeting's the 14th, so 6 days after school starts, because of the way it fell this year.
We could bring it back. We have the meeting for the reopening plan on the 24th. We could bring it back for action on that date if we're so inclined.
Okay, so I see kind of two options. We can do that. We can just shorten our public comment period. I think we better make that blatantly clear if we're going to do that, because we tend to go with 30 days on everything. So we're talking 21 days, right?
Yeah.
Could be one option, or option 2 would be it stays on the September agenda, and I would say it couldn't be a course until semester 2, probably. So what's our preference there?
I'm fine with the 21 days.
I agree. 21.
Okay, so why don't we plan on bringing that back on August 24th for consideration for approval? And let's just make sure we're making it obvious that this one's just a 21-day comment period, please.
Thank you, Chair Morrisroe.
This is September's strange this year, where it's always a late meeting, but it's really late this year. Okay. So let's go on to the next item.
Okay, so this is kind of the beginning of the reopening plan conversation. This item will be, and we've got legal on the Zoom call if you guys have questions. And the thing I would ask you to think about this one particularly is the resolution would likely be the vehicle in which the board maintains control for the year over all things COVID related and policy changes and recommendations or emergency adaptations to policies and any planning that we would do. And so one of the things that we wanted to spend a little bit of time today talking about was making sure that the resolution met the expectations of the board and that the board had an opportunity to opine on the process of how the resolution would serve as the vehicle for all those pieces. So if you think about this, the resolution is going to be the big bucket that holds anything we would put in that says, here's how we're going to function with regards to reopening, or if we have to freeze policies or modify policies or emergency change policies under an emergency nature. This resolution is where that legal authority would live as designed by the way the board may wish it to. And so before we move into the actual kind of meat and potatoes of what reopening would look like, we wanted to give you guys a chance to discuss and ask questions about the reopening kind of structure of the plan and how we would be modifying. In fact, much of what you see, with the exception of L on our agenda, those K would also be a part of under the resolution, because we're trying to give that the structure that gives you full authority to control every decision that is made at the policy level or at governance level to control the guidelines. Megan, I hope you're out there, and if there's anything that you would like to add, now's the time to jump in.
Thank you, Dr. Cook, Chair Morrisroe, members of the board. I think Dr. Cook explained this perfectly up to this point. Basically, we would love board comment and review on the language of the resolution. That cites to all of the board authority with respect to adopting the plan and making all of the decisions that the board's going to be looking at this evening, and likely have to revisit on and off throughout the school year as things go. So because these are all board powers by statute, we wanted them to be in a very formal resolution template that we can frankly just go back and revisit as changes happen, maybe as an adoption or an amendment to the plan occurs, or some new CDC Panhandle Health District mandate may come into play. That's where all of these, so items 2, 3, and 4, as Dr. Cook mentioned, are all proposed exhibits. So it would be a proposed emergency adoption of policy 3520. That's finding number 2. Finding 3 would be a proposed emergency amendment to sick leave policy. Finding 4 is an emergency telecommuting policy that's being proposed. I would love the board to take some time to review findings 5 through 9. Those are really, I love the reference to meat and potatoes. They're really what form the backdrop for the board's findings for 10, which is where you would adopt the actual plan as an attachment. So open to any thoughts or potential changes to that document, certainly.
Let's just talk about the resolution kind of process in general, if we will, because it's fairly new to our district. We've used it a handful of times, but you did a kind of nice summary job there, but I just want to make sure I understand the process or the purpose, I guess, because this one's a little different than some of our previous resolutions, which have been almost single item type issues where we've you're resolved to do such and such, or to ask administration to do such and such. And this is a resolution that's going to have some legs to it, and that I'm assuming probably will visit month to month potentially for a while as conflicts or issues pop up that are COVID related. So is that really the purpose of this resolution, is just kind of the catch-all, and this is where that stuff all falls?
So it gives the board, it extends the board's authority for any amount of time that is deemed necessary to make those adjustments, and it creates the set of expectations that they're essentially policy, rather than us spending time and going through all, I think, 600 policies and needing to make modifications to this. This is a catch-all mechanism for the way that we can function in this environment and make declarations about how school will happen during this time. And in that vehicle, you can put all the things necessary that declares those actions, so that the board retains that control, so that you don't have kind of variances from school to school or the way it's interpreted across the system. And it creates a very in my mind, a very solid structure for the board's ability to govern all actions during this emergency. And so that's why, with Megan and my discussion about why we felt like this would serve the board's purpose very, very well. Megan, would you like to add anything to that?
Yeah, I think the only other thing I could think to add is just Chair Morrisroe mentioned that we're definitely addressing a lot more than just one item, which has been probably what the board has seen in the past. I think that's absolutely true. And I think, as Dr. Cook mentioned, there's an efficiency to this. I think having both the board and the public at large know that there will be one recital with hopefully every attachment pertinent to these COVID-19 decisions will kind of create a one-stop shop. So both when the board has to revisit it, we know we're dealing with this resolution, and all of the attachments of the decision making. Potentially, the board is not bound to adopting it through this one resolution, but hopefully it creates some efficiency for the board and the public.
Okay, questions for Dr. Cook or Ms. O'Dowd?
I have a question on number 7. And the question would be the piece about mandatory school closures, masking, or similar requirements when applicable to the district. So, Megan, can you just tell me a little bit what your interpretation of number 7 is and what authority it's providing, I guess?
So item 7 is obviously vague right now. We did that intentionally with the idea, given the fluid nature of the orders that we're seeing. Some are not mandatory, but are guidelines. Others are mandatory in certain situations. So this finding was specifically to recognize that when and if such orders exist, the board will follow them and defer to them. Ideally, we will reference the big ones in the recitals of this resolution so that the public knows what we're looking at. So that's why we recognize the World Health Organization declaration, certainly the governor's office original emergency declaration, and all of the amendments, the framework that not just the governor, but the governor and the state board and the Idaho State Department of Ed have put out. So that's what 7 is intended to do, is just recognize that there will be mandatory orders that come out that the board will potentially have to follow, and we will defer to those if they are applicable.
Right, and that was my question, for instance, masking, let's say Panhandle rescinds their masking requirement. If we're following this, that would mean we would also be rescinding potentially our masking requirement, or is that not true? We still have the ability to drive our own policy regarding masking, social distancing, whatever it would be. I just want to make sure that we're not intermingling those sorts of items that we are able to do in our own policy, if that makes sense.
That's a great question. And I think the answer is, if an applicable law or order applies, it will become the baseline mandate. So long as the board is creating a heightened standard in the circumstance, then you will always have the freedom to do that. So for example, with the Panhandle Health District mask mandate, there will certainly be situations where that order does not apply to district facilities and students by just as a result of their definition and some of their exceptions. So even if the health district order does not apply, the board has the ability to create its own standard as long as it is above any applicable order or mandate in existence.
Thank you, that clarifies my question.
Megan, on the flip side of that, what if we don't agree or don't support or we don't believe something is applicable to us, an order or mandate, a guideline? It's open to interpretation. Are we committing ourselves to something in this language that maybe we don't agree with as a district or we don't feel is applicable?
That's a great point. I think my recommendation in that circumstance would be, if there is a known order that there has been some buzz about and there's at least a question as to whether or not it applies, my recommendation would be that we call it out specifically. So to the extent that it may or may not apply, we make you as a board, you make that determination and we can support that finding as to why. And Chair Morrisroe, I don't know if we're talking about the Panhandle Health District order specifically, or if that's what maybe you were thinking. That one, and it gets really difficult with most of the things that we're looking at, and I think the Health District order is a great example because it, based on the language and the definition of their order and resolution, the requirements may change depending on circumstances and situations. So I don't think that is a very easy document to say that the board carte blanche doesn't think it applies to them. but we could have that discussion on how to potentially address some of those nuances if there was a specific order that the board was interested in addressing.
I wasn't speaking to any, I guess, particular thing out there, but rules, laws, guidelines, other applicable determinations is pretty broad to just say, okay, we're going to accept that. And so just for like an off-the-wall example, let's say the State Board of Education recommends that students with a last name that begins with M only attend school 1 hour a week or whatever. And I know that's off the wall, but and we question something like that. I guess I would prefer that we call them out individually, kind of like we are the policies. But maybe that's too difficult. I need some time, I guess, to think about that. That's probably why this is for information, not for action tonight. But
And that's a great recommendation. And maybe we could add some more. I mean, I think the obvious ones that we were thinking, and Dr. Cook, feel free to weigh in. But at least when we were putting it together, I was thinking CDC guidelines, Penn Health District, certainly, I mean, State Board of Education and Department of Education would generally be within their applicable order. Certainly there would be situations where they could create an order that may be outside of their authority, but I think that would probably be an unusual circumstance. But would that help maybe address it? Is at least identifying the major entities that we're talking about here?
I mean, I think for me, just off the cusp, yes. But I want to think on that a little more.
High School Activities Association as well, Megan.
Yeah, great.
And maybe, Megan, the better term in 7 is instead of defer, if we're going to keep it vague, you change it to consider or something that's less mandated.
Okay.
And then the other thing is, because that's so broad, I just wonder what happens if we have guidelines from competing entities that maybe don't coincide, right? They're one saying this and one saying that. We're certainly seeing a lot of that. And how do we, if we're saying we accept everyone's and the guidelines are different depending on who you ask and what day you ask and all those sorts of things, that I don't know. Those are just the thoughts that are popping into my head on that just seems very broad to me.
I appreciate all those comments. I think we could probably rework the language to be a combination of what Trustee Brumley's suggesting and Trustee Morrisroe. And we could always start with a more narrow definition. Again, we're trying to help you create some efficiency here, but I certainly appreciate the concern. So we'll try to be a little bit more specific. And then I think my recommendation would be, because we're kind of seeing them all and they get so much publicity when they come out. I mean, when the CDC, when the State Board adopted the framework on July 9th, we all kind of knew it was there. When the CDC adopted their new guidelines for reopening, we all kind of knew they were coming. So I think if there were ever specific guidelines or recommendations that the board knew about but thought didn't apply, again, my recommendation, at least thinking about it right now, would be that we would call those out specifically. And because frankly, I think that there would need to be a pretty good record at this board level as to what that order might be, why the board thinks it may or may not apply, and maybe that would be a situation to even do a separate resolution. Dr. Cook, I'm just throwing ideas out here for that, but
I think either way, and I think there's also consideration for what latest guidance might come as this changes and morphs over time. And I'm sure, if we're talking about the next 12 months, for example, we'll learn more and things will change as time changes that might impact previous guidance that's been given out by any of those entities we just mentioned. So I think it might be good to capture some language regarding timing of updated information or data or any of those things that might influence any of those groups.
And maybe where my kind of uncomfortableness is in guidelines and applicable determinations. Certainly we have less wiggle room, if you will, or less option on certainly rules and laws and probably orders as well. But guidelines and applicable determinations maybe is where my uncomfortability is. That's just very broad.
I certainly think we can make some changes to that one for that we can bring back for reconsideration on the 24th. Hopefully address those concerns.
And we would see those, I assume, before the 24th? Just that as we adjust here in our 21-day comment period.
Yeah, that we would make adjustments to the resolution and the board would adopt the resolution and then the plans. Now, those would be separate adoptions. The resolution would be adopted on its own, and then there would be any reopening plans and considerations for policy would be separate from that adoption.
Okay, and then just subsequently, as we're making modifications or we're adding new now therefores, how does that work? It's now Resolution 2021-001A, and then it's B, or does that make sense? I assume we're going to add to this over the coming months.
I would anticipate that if it's a modification in the resolution itself, it would just be a change to the resolution. If there are addendums or things that we need to add to the resolution to capture something that was unforeseen or unplanned for, which this is probably highly likely, then it would just be some subset of a new resolution that supports the work of the bigger resolution. And we would name and number that accordingly.
Any other questions or comments? And certainly you don't have to air them tonight. If something pops into your head, get that over to Dr. Cook. And we'll try to work it out. Okay, are we ready to move on? Yes, okay. All right, Dr. Cook, let's move on to our draft reopening plan.
All right, so we've got the entire team on for this one. I think just about everybody's there. I would just tell you that this has been a conversation that's been happening for quite some time. The state guidelines were released on July 9th. We immediately started to build components that aligned to or matched the state guidelines. I think in some cases word for word, and in some cases not quite as much. What you'll see for us right now is a kind of a starting place that is a plan that is built upon the latest guidance from the CDC, if you will, and built to modify with what's happening with regards to what's going on in our community. And so we started, this thing has been through so many iterations. The most current version of this develops essentially 4 categories. Those 4 categories are established based upon the amount of transmission that's going on in the community, the amount of cases that are happening, potentially the percent, things like percent positivity, which is something I never even heard of a year ago, and now I'm speaking to it in a public meeting. And potentially even things like hospitalizations and access to critical care services for folks that would need that. One of the things I think it's important for us to discuss and at least be aware of is that while the plan on how we would function in our schools, we have control over those mitigations and those things that we would do in our schools, the ways that we would have to function with regards to what's going on in our community isn't necessarily something that the district has full control over. And I think that's an important distinction. These plans rely heavily on our partnerships with our public health agencies and our local hospitals, local experts with our hospitals and medical expertise. And I think that's part of what has been such a challenge for us, is trying to make sure we've got all those voices in the room and accounted for. So this is the reopening plan you're seeing here. If we just kind of briefly go through the four categories, essentially, if there's minimal risk in the community, you're in a green category. That means the mitigations that we would see in our schools, we're still socially distancing as per CDC guidelines. Masks are recommended and encouraged. We're doing the best we can to keep our facilities clean and deep cleaning often and quite regularly, and that exists in the plan that you see before you. Category 2 is kind of our yellow category. Yellow is we have fairly moderate risk for transmission in the community. These are terms that were given to us by the health district and how, and I think in turn they got those from the CDC. In this regard, we would recommend the use of masks, and I think this conversation is going to very quickly turn to, at least in the community, what's the role of masks in our schools. And I would tell you that based upon several things, and notwithstanding the fact that our survey demonstrated that when it comes right down to it, if it meant their kids could be in school 5 days a week, full time for every kid, that masks become at least a viable option for families. I do not claim to be an expert on masks. I do not claim to have all the answers on whether or not they're effective or not, but I do have deference for the people that are experts in that area. And so our recommendation, if we're in a yellow, would be to have students socially distance as much as practical. We would request and accept the use of masks as required for all students across the district in that regard, and then build in lots of opportunities for students to have outside learning experiences and breaks from masking. I think we've been here now for 2 hours, about 2 hours and 30 minutes, and we've all been in masks, and I know that, well, I can't speak for you guys, but I can definitely tell you that I know my mask is on my face, and there are opportunities that we're going to have to be able to provide kids that are going to be in masks if we recommend that they're going to have a mask break. And the only way you can do that safely, according to CDC, is to be more than 6 feet away with lots of ventilation, which would mean outside. So I think we're going to be maximizing outdoor space if that's the case. We have a fourth level where maybe the state guidelines don't declare a fourth level, and our fourth level is actually between yellow and red, and that is, you might call it orange, you might call it 2+, whatever you want to kind of start with, and it's the idea that there's more cases going on in the community. There's definitely higher risk in the community. There's substantial amount of community spread. There are cases, we might be seeing hospitals filling up. We might be seeing pretty significant impacts across the community because of those things. And at that point now, we're going to request that social distancing become strict, and at least 6 feet has to happen between students when they're in their learning environments. And the only way that can be accomplished is to do some kind of split shifting with students, which means we would be grouping them into some form of groups. The feedback we got from the survey demonstrated that parents, if had to choose, they did not want to have kids split morning and afternoon. They preferred like an A-B shift, if you will, during the week, and they did not prefer week to week, like a week 1 for Group A, week 2 for Group B, week 3 for Group A, that kind of a thing. So we've built a plan that would put groups of kids in school Monday and Tuesdays on what I would call, like, that's the A group, if you will. Wednesdays would be online for everybody. And Group B would be online on Mondays and Tuesdays. Group B would come to schools on Thursdays and Fridays, and Group A at that time would be online. And so that reduces the amount of students in the classroom by half. And then running parallel to that is the online school that will just peel some number of kids right off the top that if we assume every kid that enrolls in the online school, those kids are still in our system but are participating online. So we opened that up, that enrollment today at 1 o'clock. Last check, we had just over 100 students that have already enrolled in that school today. So that should help with some mitigation of our numbers. When you start thinking about how many students are in our system right now, we're right where you would expect us to be, in around 10,500 students, 10,600. Typically, that gap, if this were in a typical year, we didn't have COVID to deal with, we would see that number increase dramatically in the next month as kids show up that are, plan to enroll. And so at this point, if you were to ask me in a typical year what I would expect that we would be about the same enrollment going into the beginning of the first day of school. Now, with all the variables and all the factors that are involved right now, I hope that's not some statement I'm going to be held accountable to when enrollment happens. So roughly the same amount of kids right now as a population. And then the last category is a thing that I would say is the most similar to last spring, but yet I would still say is quite different because of the amount of planning we've put into what we would expect if we're in a completely distance learning model. And that is we have enough risk going on in the community that it's critical. We're tapped out. Our community is seeing such tremendous spread of the virus. The hospitals are either overutilized or at capacity or more. The strain that's being put on our community, those are the kinds of factors we'd be talking about with public health and medical experts to determine its time. And we believe we'd be in a position to have access to experts to give you those recommendations. I do not anticipate that, well, let me start over by saying this. These decisions for which one of these categories live squarely on the shoulders of the school board. The state board, the governor, and the State Department has given us that authority to make those decisions. So the 5 of you hold that authority. We will be making recommendations based in the best known information at the time as to what those decisions might look like. And we will have access to public health officials, and I think we can access also medical experts as best as we can, including epidemiologists and doctors, to get that feedback to you in a way that is meaningful and useful. So I'm going to stop there.
I have a question just on that part right there, since you just talked about it, if you will, on kind of assessing where we fall in the categories there. And I believe Central Health District, which is out of Boise, had indicated, their director down there, that kind of all the health districts in the state were working on kind of creating a scorecard, if you will, or kind of some parameters that would help give districts an idea of where we fall. We certainly aren't health experts, right? And it sounds like that's been a lot of the feedback they've gotten from their 115 public schools, plus who knows how many private schools and those sorts of things, that are saying, hey, we need your help here. This isn't our area of expertise, it's yours. And so I thought they talked about putting some guidelines out. I kind of saw something last week that was maybe a little fuzzy and broad.
So that document
Is that
exists
the document?
right now in your board packet. That document is number 6. It's the one called Final Defining Levels of Community Spread for Idaho Schools. That has now been shared, I think, across the state with all school districts in the state. And it's I don't know that I would say it's intentionally vague, but it is definitely a vague document. And I think one of the things that we're seeing is an interest in getting more objective criteria to try to make as best decisions as we can. I will say that, in all fairness, science on this is a moving target at this point, and that there's constantly new knowledge. And 20 years from now, we're going to be able to tell exactly how we should have done. But in the meantime, we're doing the best we can with the information we have. So yes, that document does exist. I can tell you that there is discussion to try to get that document a little tighter and to try to get a little more discrete and objective criteria to help inform our decisions as that goes.
Another quick question, just because we're talking about that. Could you speak to timing a little bit on when we might if we had to switch from one category to another, I'm anticipating that that's not an overnight thing. And so, so I think there might be some concern about that. What are we looking at there?
So let me, there's two parts to, I think, your question. Let me start by answering part one really quickly, and then I think we'll come back to part one because I'm assuming that people are going to want to linger there. It's going to be our goal to try to get a recommendation for you for how we should open up school, assuming we know answers to all these questions on August 17th for a September 8th start. With the caveat, if you will, that things could change at any given moment. Now, that being said, we also built document number 5, which is the reopening transitions recommendation for social emotional learning, which is predicated on the idea that transitioning from category to category, whatever that decision looks like, is more than something you do on an afternoon to start the next morning. And so our goal actually, if we can get dialed in on things like projections and seeing what cases look like, our goal would to provide our families a 2-week turnaround saying, we believe that in 2 weeks, on September 15th, we would say on September 29th, we will be shifting from category 2 to category 2 plus, or from category 2 plus to category red, based upon what those needs would be. And that provides notice that there are lots of things that would have to happen during that transition that helps prepare staff, gives families a little bit of runway so they can plan for what those expectations would look like, and then helps teachers and students talk about what that transition would look like so we can maximize not just efficiencies and not waste time, but also provide the social and emotional networking and support for kids and families so that it isn't as traumatic. One of the things that was very clear to us was that last spring was difficult for many, many folks, not just students, but students and staff. And if we can do things to help mitigate that, that's our goal. Now, is 2 weeks, is that realistic? We hope so. We hope so. Can we give that long of a runway? We don't know the answer to that yet, but we're going to sure try. And even if it's not long enough, then maybe a week is at least an initial early goal. But we're going to strive for and hope for 2 weeks on that.
Are you taking questions again on categories? Can we go ahead and?
Sure.
Yeah. I read the letter that went out to families today, being a family myself. And we mentioned that we're in category 2, moderate risk. And I guess I just wanted some more information on how that decision was made. And I'm curious if you guys communicated with Panhandle today to give us some updated metrics. Some positivity rates, some incidence rates. They were going to give us a 2-week projection when we met with them 2 weeks ago, and we've been waiting for that. Do we have that data? Because I think that would help give our parents an idea of where we are right now. I think we're all pretty aware that the CDC/White House put us on a red list. We're one of 21 states now who have been identified with continued positivity rates greater than 10%. They're recommending avoiding large crowds, indoor spaces, mask coverings, hand hygiene. And so I think it's important that if we're going to use this category system, that we have metrics attached to it that our families can be really aware of. And so I want to understand better how we're in category 2 and what that means moving forward.
Yeah, so I think it's important to note that we didn't say we decided we're in category 2. We said based upon our conversations with health district officials, if we had to make an estimation right now, we would believe that we would be in category 2. And that was based upon the feedback we got from them. And I think that, we've made we don't have those projections yet. We're working with them. The projections have not been made available to us yet. We would like those, and I think it's important that we try to do a great job of partnering with them. And I think when it comes right down to it, that decision wouldn't be ours to make, staff's to make in that regard. That decision actually lives with you guys. But it was at the time that document was made. That was the estimate based upon best conversation with public health. And so that gives us a good starting point, or at least something. Since that conversation's happened, I've had another conversation with health officials that said it's, quite frankly, it might be worse than that now. So I think that's part of what we're all seeking is some clarity over what are those, how do you make those categorical shifts, and how do you do so with the best information possible. The document, the defining levels of community spread, if you went through that document word for word, I think that it can be a little bit of a challenge to ascertain what that would be, but I think those are the conversations that we're starting to see more and more interest around, or what those criteria might be that would give us that feedback we're looking for.
Yeah, and I think we do need some follow-up because I'm not sure we gave the correct information to our community today. And I would like some follow-up with Panhandle about what metrics they used to give us guidance that we are squarely in Category 2. I think we're squarely in Category 2 plus. The Central Health District this afternoon notified West Ada, Boise, and Kuna that they are in Category 3, and that will drive their decision for opening. And I don't know that our metrics are that far off from those regions. And so I would like us to be able to communicate more effectively with our community so we can work together as a community to get our numbers down and we can start heading in the right direction. About 8 days ago, we were less than 9% positivity rate. It's not going in the right direction. So I think it's in our responsibility, everyone up here today, to talk publicly about the direction that we're heading. And I think it's imperative that we have more data from Panhandle. Sitting up here having a conversation without our current community data, to me, is difficult. And I think we need to work much closer. And I think a 2-week projection would be great for the community to see. They with fair certainty, can give us a pretty good idea the 17th on where we're going to be. And I think that changes our conversation tonight tremendously. So if you could provide us an update if we're truly in Category 2, and if we're not, if we can get that message out to our families and so they have a better idea of where we are and what we need to do to get headed in the right direction. We still have time, but it's going to take dedication by every community member to recognize and acknowledge the current state of community spread.
I completely agree with you, Trustee May. I think it's really important for us to recognize that I don't have the authority to establish what category we're in. That those statements were put in that document as a starting place for discussion, and I think that's the conversation that we've got to make sure that we're having with our community, so that everybody recognize these are the kinds of things that we're talking about. When it comes down to are we going to wear a mask or not? The conversation that I think we would rather be having is not necessarily about the mask, but what does it look like in our community right now if we are going to be able to control this, or have a situation in which we strive to get to a green scenario in which we don't have limitations. I can tell you that it's not lost upon me that the mitigations that we're doing in schools are going to have an impact in the well-being of students and staff. But I also want you to know that we're taking safety very seriously and make sure that all people are safe in the environments that we're producing for schools, but also try to maximize learning. And so those things are moving factors at any given moment. And, we got a little bit of negative feedback from a letter that we put out on June 26th, because right after we put the letter out on June 26th, the circumstances changed as well. And I would anticipate that that's going to continue to happen as we try to communicate with our constituents and our staff and our students' families.
Right, but we communicated today that we were in Category 2, and I think we need to reevaluate that communication. Our hospital was on divert this weekend. They were not able to accept critical care patients. And so we also need to work closely with Kootenai. And so we have an updated analysis of where every partner is in this community. And so there's more than just, us giving it our best guess. None of us are trained epidemiologists. We're not public health experts. And I think you said it perfectly a few minutes ago. It is going to be up to the 5 of us sitting up here to make a decision, in 2 weeks on how we open schools safely, if we can't open schools. And that needs to start tonight with data. And so I'm imploring you, please get us the data so we can make these important decisions.
Ms. May, I take issue a little bit with what you're doing, because it seems like you're scolding Dr. Cook a little bit for communication that went out today that you don't agree with. But if the information that he was provided from Panhandle Health said they were in Category 2, that's the information that he has to deal with. And so I think it's a little unfair what you're doing too, because you're kind of chastising him here publicly because you don't agree with him because of the information you have.
Chair Morrisroe, I'm not scolding anybody in this room, Dr. Cook, so I want you to be clear on that. You and I spoke earlier about this. We have an obligation and a duty to educate our public, and we need to make sure that every communication we have is accurate. And I am concerned that our communication today was not accurate. And so I'm asking you to provide me the indicators that they gave you to show and demonstrate how we're in Category 2. I'm not scolding you. I'm imploring us to use data and use our partners, Panhandle and Kootenai, and make sure we're getting the right information out. So it's not about scolding. It's about making sure that the power we have sitting up here is getting the right information to parents. And I think today's information, I'm not sure is where we currently are as far as community spread. And so I have the right to take issue with that communication.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tamara. I was just going to make this suggestion, and this, I had been going through in my mind who and how, meaning who's making the decision. And we didn't make the decision to close schools. We didn't make the decision of what went into the newsletter today. But I'm hearing that the decision is the board's. So that begs the second question of how. How then, if the board is going to be making a decision of whether we're in Category 2 or Category 2 plus or 3, how is that going to happen? And I don't know that we actually have that in place yet. Because if it's August 17 that we're wanting to communicate with the community on, we don't have a meeting that day. I mean, is it going to be by an emergency meeting of some kind? And this actually wasn't intended. My commentary was more for, okay, we'll establish what we're starting school with. But if in a month there had to be a different decision made, how are we, if it is in fact the board? And that's what I heard you say, Dr. Cook. I don't know that that's necessarily what it is. I don't know that we've had that discussion of who is actually making that decision. Are you? Because I don't know that we would agree or disagree on that piece, or is it the five of us? And so there seems to be a very preliminary question in all of this that has been not clearly defined.
Yeah, I think the best answer I can give you at this point is I believe it is your responsibility to make that decision, and I think it's my responsibility, and by that connection, my team's responsibility to give you as much data as we can get with and give you a recommendation based upon the feedback that we're getting from the system, and we're glad to do that. I also expect that we would have feedback that we could get and bring from our public health officials, and potentially if effective partnerships with our medical community, if we can get those established in a way that is going to provide meaningful and useful information for you. But that process is going to have to be established, and maybe that's part of what we need to do when we talk about the resolution. Maybe that's how we go back to that. And I would guess right now, to tie your question back to the question Trustee Smith asked, which is how do we go from category to category when we start getting information that leads us to believe, and when I say that I mean usually, typically from the health district or medical professionals, that would give us kind of the standing that we might need to convene a meeting. Maybe that's where that information comes, is that's where the how happens, is that we feel like we're getting into a position either with metrics or with guidance, whatever that looks like, that provides necessitates the need for a meeting in which we would present that to you guys, and you would have an opportunity to opine and make those decisions as best as you see fit.
I guess I'm concerned how we get that data, because here we are 2 weeks after a meeting with Panhandle Health where they said they'd provide us their 2-week projections that they readily have available, and they've been unable to provide them to us. So how are we going to get all this additional data that we need if they can't provide data that they have on hand already? I'm concerned with and I think we've all shared this before, concerned with the position that state leadership's put us in to leave these decisions to local folks who don't have the information, can't get the information, and no one wants to give them won't give them the information. And I'm very concerned that they're going to be able to provide information. I know they said there's going to be a district liaison from Panhandle Health that would work with each school district For Panhandle, is that one person who's handling all 15 schools?
No, each district has a different connection at Panhandle Health District.
And are they sharing similar information and matrix, or do the 15 people all make different determinations? I mean, and I realize we're talking different communities.
Yeah, my assumption.
If they're using different data points.
I'm not sure it's fair for me to discuss how they organize their work, but I'm assuming that they would do some kind of collaborative meetings in which they would get that information to people to help inform those decisions.
I think the State Board of Education was very clear on one issue, luckily, and that was that we must collaborate with our local health professionals. And it's feeling to me like that's the piece for us that's causing the most heartburn. Nobody up here wants to make a decision that's not right. We want to protect our staff and we want to protect our students. And in doing that, we further protect our community. And so my frustration tonight is wholeheartedly not directed at you. It's directed at the gravity of the decision we're about to make. And I feel as though tonight we're missing an integral piece, and that's data. That's our community's data. And so please take that frustration and let's move forward and find a way to get us the information that we need. And maybe this board needs to meet again sooner rather than later, maybe next week, to reevaluate data, to look at projections, and make decisions that keep our students, staff, and community in the forefront of our mind, and look and see what some of our neighbors are doing. We know now what Central Valley is doing. We know what Spokane's doing. We know that West Ada, Boise, and Kuna are what they're probably doing. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. They're using metrics to make decisions. So I'm imploring us to use those same metrics and make decisions that keep staff, students, and community in the forefront of our mind.
Dr. Cook, along with that, I might ask that maybe some of our other additional partners might be able to speak into that. I'm as far as Kootenai Health goes, I mean, those that are trusted there, I felt like during their presentation, even to Panhandle, I learned a lot recently just of what's really going on in the hospitals, and those trusted medical professionals, even our pediatricians who are the ones that we would turn to for medical advice at any other time. I need to know what, even just slightly their thoughts, their professional thoughts on where we're at. So.
Jen asked an interesting question. We're talking a lot about the hows and not the whats at this point, but about when are these determinations made, or how are these determinations made, and things seem to change fairly rapidly, and so maybe we can't accurately kind of pick a time, but we may have to have a regular, whether that's by week, every couple of weeks or something, where we're looking at numbers, or maybe it's every week. I would assume we're talking to Panhandle at least weekly, at a minimum, that we're updating the matrix. Okay, here's where we're at. We're trending up, we're trending down, those sorts of things. Because that trend data will give us potentially some foresight into what's to come, right? Obviously. So,
we do have some of that data. That's, I think, the frustrating part is we have some of that data and it's accessible, and we know that tonight. We know we're trending in the wrong direction. We know Laura Whalen 2 weeks ago told us, and I think it was Trustee Smith that asked her, do we have time to turn this around? And it wasn't a super rowing or supportive yes. It was, I'm not sure. And so I think being public with the community, that all 5 of us want more than anything to get kids back in school. But we're going to have to make some changes and get our numbers headed in the right direction. And I think by talking about that publicly, we raise awareness with the community. And I think that's my frustration with the communication that went out today, is it presented a picture that I don't think fairly represents the amount of community spread that we're experiencing. And so I'm just imploring everybody, say, let's let data drive our decisions. Let's let our community's data drive our decisions and projections. And we have projections and we have trends, and we should be discussing those tonight.
Yeah, I'd love to have that trend data. One thing I remember either Laura or Jeff saying is something along the line, if we all wore masks starting tomorrow, it would take several weeks before it would impact our data. And I can't remember if they said 2 weeks or 17 days or so, but they had some kind of thing, because each infected person infects 1.8 or whatever their number was they threw out there, and that kind of trickles out, and that, change in mass behavior will take time to show up in data. And we could argue that, right? But that's not our job to argue that. But I agree. It doesn't feel like we have the information we need to make those decisions. And if Panhandle or any of the health districts in the state, and I'm not calling Panhandle out on this because they didn't ask for this either, but if they're not going to make those decisions, or they don't have the authority to make those decisions for us, that's fine. But we have to have information so we can make those decisions. As Ms. May said, we need to protect our students, our staff, which in turn helps protect our community. And there's no one that wants school open 5 days a week more than I do, or any of you do, or any, one of our staff members or folks. I think we all recognize that's best for our kids, that's best for our community, that's best for their education. But there are going to be times that may not be possible.
So I'd like to bring us back to this is just the very first conversation that we've had about the structure in which we would function school. And I think it's really important for us to, your concerns are extremely well noted with me, and I recognize how important it is that you have the data you need to do your jobs. But this is the very first public exposure and opportunity to discuss the overall structure in which we would be functioning and operating schools. And I think it's very important for you guys to take this opportunity to give us feedback on whether or not this is fitting your expectations. Not necessarily whether or not you agree with what color was presented in an estimation earlier today based upon a conversation that we had with health district officials, but whether or not this structure meets the expectations for how we would function for the year. Because this is what we're framing out here essentially is the framework for the way that we would be making those decisions and what it would look like once those decisions were made. And while I don't want to minimize one bit the frustrations that each of you have with the circumstances that you've been placed in, I do think it's important that we have a discussion about whether or not this framework meets your guys' support.
So could we skip down the framework then? I don't know if you want to talk about each section or not, but I'd especially like to get to the family considerations and distancing in schools, because that begins to talk schedule. I think the most, and that affects our families so dramatically. So I don't know if you could begin speaking to that, speaking especially to Category 2+, and the AB model, and kind of how you arrived there, and kind of your conversation as a team around that.
So I'm going to ask Seth to kind of help out here, and we've also got Mike. I'm going to ask Seth to cover the parts of the blended learning model. I'm going to jump in and start answering those questions, and then we've got Mike also available for data analysis if you guys want to talk a little bit about the survey data. But I think when we started talking about what would be the best mechanism if we had to do some sort of an A/B split, what that might look like, one of the things we figured out very quickly is there's very, very strong opinions on which way would be best. I think the most important thing that we originally decided was the fact that we're going to have to do everything in our power to keep families together, despite whatever schools they might be in, and whether they're elementary, middle, or high. And so one of the things that we were going to suggest was that families we would group kids by last name, by initial last name, first letter of last name. And then if there are kids who are in families that maybe had different names, then try to make those accommodations so that we weren't putting undue burdens on families. The AB model, when we say AB model, there's lots of different variations of an AB switch or a split. And the one I think that we decided made the most sense, and I don't know if maybe Seth wants to talk about this, but the idea of a Monday, Tuesday for an A kid, Thursday, Friday attendance in person for a B kid, and then online flipping for those, and then everybody's online on Wednesdays, and that we would also essentially, if we do open up or if we are in an orange or 2+ state, that having Monday late start fit in that Wednesday timeframe so that that's when we would be providing our training for our teachers, having that window of support while they could still deliver online experiences for kids. What else am I missing?
Well, I think when we did the feedback survey with parents and with staff, that model was by far the consensus. You know, that some of the other options were like a weekly option or even an AM/PM option, but logistically, especially that AM/PM option is so challenging. And so using that data, that's where we started to build that Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday schedule. I think, by grouping families by last name, we would make a concerted effort across the district to minimize the impact by having families on different days. I mean, that just doesn't make sense.
So in an AB model, I understand how that's going to work at elementary and middle school. I don't understand how that works at high school when we have two high schools that operate on separate schedules already. And have you addressed that or thought of that, I guess? How I'm envisioning, at least at Coeur d'Alene High that has 6 classes a day, that they would continue that same kind of schedule. They go to all 6 classes Monday, Tuesday. But Lake City, that runs on an AB block already, and they kind of alternate their days between 8 courses, I believe.
Yeah. I'm going to ask Kelly Nichols. I don't know that we've gotten that far down the weeds yet for the high schools to explicitly figure that out. I know it'll be different for the high schools as long as they have different schedules. But Kelly, if you guys have talked about that, do you have any feedback?
Yeah, the principals have been a part, both high school principals have been a part of the plan coordinations, and they're feeling confident about their ability. Essentially, Lake City, again, potentially would be able to run their AB schedule. So they would have, because students are there back-to-back days, and then the Coeur d'Alene High School would operate their 6-period day. So with this AB option and students going back-to-back days, it provides them the opportunity to keep that schedule continuity. And then if, as we develop more details and if there's some changes, we'll obviously get around to that, but that's what they're hoping for under our current circumstances and plan.
I guess since it's a 2-day a week, it's probably equitable in time. It is. They're getting, say it's a 6-hour day, they're getting an hour and a half in each course. All right, yeah. At Coeur d'Alene, they're getting 45 minutes a day, let's say, over 2 days. At Lake City, they'd get an hour and a half. So.
Yeah, so the time of the day doesn't change, so that, with the 2-day option, right? So we're not adjusting times of day, we're just adjusting days in session in person.
Kelly, could you speak a little bit what the actual day looks like? I've a lot of the feedback, and some districts across the country are using the term like real-time remote learning. Students know what their start time is, what time their class periods start, where they'll be interacting with their teacher. Is that how you're envisioning a day when a student would be attending remote learning, or what does that?
No, I think what we're envisioning, again, this would have to be detailed out much more specifically, but you have asynchronous learning. So you would have your in-person direct instruction type of modalities that would take place in your in-person time, and then you would have more asynchronous activities, projects, opportunities to connect and schedule with teachers. Because they're still teaching the other set of kids on those other days, right? So that Wednesday would be your check-in day, opportunity to meet with teachers like office hours. And then the Thursday, Friday, you would be on your own, or the Monday, Tuesday, you would be on your own in asynchronous activities, submitting work, possibly working in collaborative groups. It depends on how a teacher sets it up. And then the more direct instruction, or the ability to have that point of contact directly with the teacher, would be in person. But teachers would be able to, establish this in whatever ways they choose. So if they prorate certain instruction materials or record themselves in certain things, and students would also be accessing that. I think what we like is for campuses to really get into detail with teachers. Remember, nobody's really back yet, so we haven't had an opportunity to really collaborate as school teams. And I think we would like for them to establish some expectations and standards of what they would want, especially by grade level as well, right? So the high point needs for a 7th grader are different from an 11th grader, and so forth. So those are highly nuanced
details that would have to be planned out once we get our teams all back together.
So if we pivoted to an online learning only, if we, segue all the way to the worst case scenario, then would we have some real-time learning days? So students would know that their day starts at 8 a.m., they have chemistry this day, especially for our secondary students where their coursework, is a little bit more defined as far as how much they need to cover in a calendar year. They could expect a more routine schedule and when they would have class via whatever platform we're using remotely.
Yeah, I think we would want to coordinate fully online and the best practices of remote instruction, right? So ensuring some level of continuity, ensuring some sense of schedule and access points, but also not overriding or trying to manipulate a full-time schedule online, as we know that that's bad practice for students and their learning. But I think there's a lot of ways for us to be very intentional, and we'll have those systems set up in place, and hopefully we can have those things communicated to parents. We'll also have teachers teaching online at the same time, and so that might be able to give us some best practices and tips and tricks as they are navigating the online modality parallel to whatever in-person instruction or blended models that we'll be doing depending on our categories.
Could you speak a little bit, you just mentioned, I guess, mimicking a regular schedule online is bad practice. In what way? Speak a little bit to that. I think that's...
Yeah, so having students remotely on Zoom for for 6 hours a day, back-to-back schedules has proven bad practice. I can send you some research on this. So what we would want is really best practice of deep learning, high engagement, ensuring that students have opportunities to apply and practice and engage with the material and with each other, and not just necessarily trying to simultaneously proact a regular school day. But we would want them to be in contact with their teachers and be in contact with their coursework every day. So I guess what I'm saying is I don't want us to necessarily replicate a school day on Zoom or through Google Classroom or Schoology or whatever. Schoology, sorry, I have to pronounce that properly.
Thanks.
Dr. Cook, when I first read this plan, I had, I think, there's the initial angst, and concerns just as we face reality a little bit and what might be happening and that type of thing. And so I'm curious from you, what, as we move towards the beginning of school, what kind of concerns do you have, as we march forward? And I do want to say, first of all, just thank you to your team. This is a tremendous body of work, and it took a lot, I know, to get here. And I just really appreciate the work and the hours that your team is putting in to get our kids to school. And so what kind of concerns do you have? What's keeping you up at night? What at 3 a.m. when you wake up and you're not asleep? What are those things that are running through your head right now? And that would be helpful to know.
Are you trying to extend our board meeting time?
I know, but
keeping you up at night.
So there's some drivers on this, right? And maximizing student safety is the first one, and staff safety, right? Safety of all is the first one. But just a tad bit under that is, how do you have an engaging and real teaching and learning year for kids so that we aren't losing ground? And so those two things compete often in the decisions we make. And I think we're getting ourselves into, in the framework, what we're trying to do is, okay, what's in our control? What are the things that we can take care of? And what are the things that we're going to struggle with? And right now, here's some real serious examples. Number one, we've got to find one of the things that is absolutely a best practice right now is that you don't put 450 kids in a cafeteria and have them sitting side by side and across from each other, eating their lunches together. So we're staring dead in the concept of having kids go to a classroom supervised by an adult and eating their lunches. And I know that has very little to do with student safety and teaching and learning, but it's a very real thing. That's a lot of people. And so right now we promise our teachers a duty-free lunch every single day. I'm concerned about how we're going to deliver upon something as simple as that. Second one that I think is so important, whatever model we're in, if anything other than green, or I guess in red, is going to require that students have an ability to get outside. Right now, that's not a big deal. We're gonna soon figure out if masks become a thing that we start to live by. We're gonna soon figure out that there's kind of this optimum time for certain age groups to have a mask on before they're like, I've got to get this mask off. So what does that look like? And so outside has to become a new part of the environment, and how we access that, and how do kids have some opportunity to take these masks off, go out and breathe and take a break and do whatever it is that's going to give them some freedom from that. And what do you do when the weather gets bad? So how do we maximize our outdoor spaces so that they can become part of the solution? Those are two very real issues. Training for staff, we mentioned this earlier, training so that staff feel confident and comfortable using Schoology, whether that's in a yellow model, a yellow plus model, or a red model. That's going to be the structure and the framework for how they're going to be delivering their lessons. And so we've got to get people up to speed very quickly, and and staff comes back to school 4 days before school starts. And that's, I think both teachers would tell you and our administrators would tell you that that's going to be a challenge. That those are some things that right now we're trying to figure out whether or not that's even feasible, to be quite honest.
So how do we, because I've got people chomping at the bit right now that are listening that want to help solve some of those problems, and community members that want to help us be successful this year. How can we help you begin to solve those problems?
Well, if anybody's got a bunch of resort tents, we'd take 17 of those right now and put them in our schools, to put them outside and maximize outdoor space usage. And, I think, if we can find ways in which community can tap in and help us with this, the thing that I think Trustee May mentioned earlier is that it's not all just us in this room. There are so many factors that are outside of our control that depend upon our community's participation, support, and maybe even arguably cooperation. If we can start to see this as a collective endeavor rather than the superintendent is doing this to my kid, or the school board has made us go to this situation which causes us to be in school halftime, or whatever that might be, we all want kids in school every day. Nobody gets to have the high ground on that one. Everybody wants their kids in school every day. Everybody also wants everybody to be safe. And I think that's important, that those two things have to be set aside and say, okay, what are those small decisions that we can make, that we can start communicating about? And those are two real things that if somebody's out there listening right now would say, I know where I can get a tent that'll hold 100 people. We're going to need more than one maybe in some schools. Ramsey's got 720 kids, right? That's a lot of kids to space out.
Talking about the plan itself, I appreciate what your team did with the yellow category and dividing that into two. When I saw the state's guidelines, yellow felt awful broad to me, and I think in the state's guidelines in yellow, they're talking about really what our category 2+ is, right? Some sort of split schedule type scenario. And I'm not sure in Kootenai County that category 1, the way it's been defined by the health experts, that's attainable this school year. So I appreciate that you've split category 2 so we have an opportunity to have students in buildings 5 days a week. For me, if I'm looking at these categories in widths, where do we want to be, or how can we be in them, defining them, as you move to the right in category 2+ and 3, it needs to be, to me, very narrow and somewhat specific how we get to those. There needs to be specific triggers for those, because I think we need to do everything we can to be open 5 days a week. And we're going to have to, at times, in my opinion, balance varying levels of risk. American Pediatric Associations come out and talked about the risk of students not in school and the impact of them socially, emotionally, and their mental health and those sorts of things, or access to lunch for our students that are less fortunate, and all those issues that we're all familiar with that we're going to have to balance some of these. And there may be times where we don't agree or it's not super clear cut. There probably all times are going to be like that. And that we're going to have to make some tough decisions. And for me, I'm going to lean towards opening school 5 days a week when I feel it's safe, or when, excuse me, when we think it's safe, based on the data we have. So.
I agree with Chair Morrisroe in that which is why I asked the how, Dr. Cook, because there are going to be those moments where we are on the cusp of a 2 and a 2+, and there's going to be some hard discussions. And I think personal philosophy about COVID itself will play a role. It is very clear to me that this community is divided, very divided on what COVID is, what the implications are, how safe people are, how unsafe people are. And so when you say the word safe, Chair Morrisroe, to me, I look at the word safe as if I have a family member who has a heart attack, can they get services? That's a very defining line for me in terms of our hospitals and the critical levels that we talk about. And so I know it's mentioned in 2+, the overwhelming aspects, but that to me is a very defining line of the overwhelming community spread when you have people who need day-to-day basic assistance that can't get it in our hospitals. That's the kind of information I'm looking for. And I think what's really hard in the circumstance is there's such a lack of trust because there's been misinformation about what has been going on in our hospitals. And I have no reason to distrust what Trustee May just shared today, but there's a part of me that's like, well, where did that come from? And did that play a role in what Panhandle shared with Dr. Cook to make him, come up with the statement that we're in a 2? And so I don't know if our relationships are so direct line to Kootenai Health versus Panhandle, but I would like to see that. I would like, if possible, to have a direct line to somebody who's actually telling us out of Kootenai Health what is happening within their hospital, and there's not a relay happening between them. So I just, it's very hard in my opinion, but I agree that my direction will be to keep kids in school 5 days a week. And if it means with a mask, even though this community is divided on that, my world is made up of compromise. Every day I see the polar opposite and fights and arguments over polar opposite. And ultimately you have to come to some kind of compromise on this stuff that is livable. And so if I've got to have my kid wear a mask for 5 days a week so that I can keep school open 5 days a week, I think that's livable to the alternative of my father has a heart attack and he can't get assistance in the hospital. So I guess my point is I can live with the schedule you created or the reopening framework personally and the provisions within it. I think the hard piece will be the 2 and the 2+. I think the 3 is a complete community shutdown and it's kind of out of our hands at that point. But whether we are blended or we are in 5 days a week, I think has much debate to be had.
Yeah, I agree with you right there. We probably currently right now online having people disagreeing about category 2. They probably think we're in category 1, where some think we're in category 3. So we definitely need to go. I appreciate the criteria for categories, taking in number of cases, positivity rate, hospitalizations, like data. I mean, that's going to be decisions that we have to make, and we need. And even when we get that, people are disputing that at this point. So I appreciate the work going into this. This gives us a great start. And I think regardless of what category, when we get the proper information, we decide on, we're going to have people on opposite extremes. But there's not one of us up here and sitting out there and everyone that's worked on these plans that are not always thinking of the safety of our staff and our students and our community. So as long as we keep that in the forefront, we're going to be okay in making our decisions.
I think it's important as elected officials we be really careful to mix the word any sort of personal belief. We're here to make decisions for our community, and we really need to make sure it's data and not any sort of personal belief on any one issue. And I don't think that's what you were implying. I think this is a very divided issue, unfortunately. But we need to steer clear of that, because what I believe about COVID-19 is irrelevant, and that's not what I've been charged to do. I'm here for the protection of students, staff, and our community. And I think what's different, we heard public comment today, and this is one big experiment. There's not one country in the world that has opened schools with a positivity rate greater than 10. And so I heard you mention data for the hospital, and I hear hospital data every day. I'm married to somebody who lives it every single day, somebody who was on call who couldn't admit patients because they didn't have room for those patients, not because of COVID necessarily, but because of trauma and summer and increased capacities. And our hospitals don't sit empty. They sit at 85, 90% capacity. And so any little blip in the system, you're absolutely right, puts strain on access to health care. And if we're using hospital capacity as the end-all be-all of when we're going to cancel schools, we've missed the mark, and it might be too late for your dad to get the care he needs. And so we have a responsibility in helping flatten this curve. And I don't think there's anyone yet who can say that in a community with as much widespread community activity or disease process that we have has been successful. And so that's my worry, is that we're taking political, personal beliefs and applying that and trying to make important decisions. And it's going to be exceedingly difficult, and I'm afraid we're going to be yo-yoing from opening up schools 5 days a week to Category 2+ to Category 3, and our students are going to be experiencing this yo-yo that will be more difficult than maybe being a little cautious at first, imploring our community to get behind this effort. We have 4 things that we know we can do to improve, to flatten the curve. We can socially distance. We can avoid indoor crowded places. We can wear a mask, and we can use hand hygiene. We know, even the CDC, even the White House agrees that these 4 things can improve your rate of community transmission. So we must implore our community to get behind these simple things. We must work to get our positivity rate closer to 5. We know there's enough data out there that if you can have a 5% positivity rate, you will be more successful at getting students back in your classroom. And so I don't want to do anything that's going to tip that curve in any one direction, and opening schools potentially has the ability to do that, especially in our facilities, especially in crowded classrooms with questionable ventilation. And so let's get the data, let's make some decisions. But let's recognize, if we're canceling elective surgeries, if we're diverting patients, if our hospitals are already overburdened, did we make the right decision? And we'll have to evaluate that. And this is guesswork, and it's difficult, and there's no perfect science behind it yet. But caution and thinking about our community and our students and our staff in the forefront of our minds, I think will help us make the best data-driven decision that we can.
Dr. Cook, in the categories there, I had a question on mask that I've heard a few, and it's in Category 2 and Category 2+. In Category 2, it says mask required on all adults and students, and in Category 2+, it says mask required for everyone at all times during school hours. My question is, what is the distinction between those two?
Shouldn't be one. That's just a simple clerical issue. It would be in Category 2. At this point, we would recommend in Category 2 or 2+ that all individuals have a mask on.
You would recommend that we require.
Oh, did I say recommend? Yeah, no. A mask would be required in 2 or 2+ for all individuals in either regard.
Whether social distancing is.
So the difference so there's 2 parts there. So masks in 2 and 2+ are required for both. Social distancing in 2 is social distance where practical. And in 2+, we're split shifting. So now this gives us the ability to do strict social distancing where you can get at least 6 feet apart. That's the compromise. That's the difference between the two. They are both requiring masks for everybody involved.
how do you get a mask break if masks are required?
Then you go outside.
Have we looked into face shields for our students? They're being used all around the world successfully, and if the student wants to add an additional mask below that, they can. I'm sure our community would love to get behind making shields, especially for our younger students. Is that something we're getting kind of prepared to do? They wear them like a little headband, and then the plastic shield goes over the front.
I've seen them as glasses.
Yeah.
Too.
So I think that's a conversation for this board to have. Does this board believe that any face covering is any face covering, and whether or not we want to delineate between a face covering that's a cloth mask that covers the head or covers the nose and mouth, or are we willing to allow face shields, because those are two different things, and right now those recommendations would need to come with feedback. So if you want to have that conversation about the board's authority to mask and whether or not masking such as this or masking such as plastic face shields, those are two different things. Megan, you still on?
Yep, I'm here. Just to reiterate, is the question, as I understand it, if the board is interested in understanding whether it has the authority to require masks? Is that the question?
I think at this point, we're not necessarily talking about whether or not the board has the authority to require masks, but whether or not, if we say masks or face shields, does that change the way, the parameters, first of all, of the plan, and secondly, I'm not sure that, and maybe, Megan, maybe you're not the person to answer that part. Maybe we need to get a health professional to answer that question. But I think, if someone, I think where I'm going with this is that if someone says, hey, I can't wear a mask, I need to wear a plastic face shield, then what?
And I wonder at some point within all of this, will we define what mask is? Because I'm going to junior high right now and picturing Darth Vader masks and that type of thing, and kids figuring their way around it. And so I think at some point we'll probably need to specifically define for the sake of everyone what that means.
Yeah, and a quick cursory look at CDC says there are differentiations, Dr. Cook, so it's something probably we should let our healthcare professionals weigh in on.
This is Nicole online. Would you be interested in hearing a brief explanation?
Yes, please.
At this point in time, we would, following like healthcare PPE, goggles would be the equivalent of a face shield. And so a face shield would be added over the top of a face mask. However, that is different than the mask mandate written by Kootenai County, which is requiring a covering over the face that includes the nose and mouth. And so it would appear through that, and maybe Megan would like to respond on that a clear face shield could be sufficient for the Kootenai County mask mandate, which has some different specifications.
So I'll add a little bit to that. I think Dr. Cook was alluding to a consideration. I think certainly the specificity would be important from a board level. I think there's no question that the board, assuming we determine that the mandate applies, that we would have to meet whatever that minimum requirement is, and then potentially in the form of another emergency policy, which is something that I've just made a note of because it's not something that we'd put together yet, but maybe it's appropriate to help define for folks what the intent of the board is with respect to masking. If my understanding is that the current Panhandle Health District requirement is for masks or for cloth mask coverings, that again does not apply in all situations right now. Throughout the school district, it's dependent on where in a facility we would be. If the requirement by the board is a cloth mask, those, at least how we've looked at it right now, certainly the board has the authority to make that sort of mandate under Idaho code pursuant to the health and safety and welfare of the students. If the two situations that I can think of where someone might want to do something different is if an individual qualifies as disabled under the ADA, the district would have to go through the interactive process to determine if there was another appropriate, if it was specific to the cloth mask, we would have to go through that interactive process and determine if there's another suitable accommodation that's reasonable under the circumstances. And then if there are no accommodations that meet both the individual's disabilities and the district's needs to keep the students and staff safe, then the reasonable accommodation would likely be either remote learning for a student or potentially remote teaching for if it was a staff member.
I mean, you're going to have those cases, right, where I've already had the question of a student who's maybe had a hearing impairment and utilizes some form of lip reading. So how is that handled in a class?
So one of the accommodations that we've been talking about is you can get a mask now that has a clear face shield, and if a student actually does read lips, then one of the accommodations we could make is the students' teachers could wear a mask in that consideration that would allow them to see their mouth move. They've got them now that have a plastic panel that is about 60% of the coverage, and the cloth outline fits that. And so we've got access to those, and we have purchased some.
But
What
not
about-
their classmates?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what about when you work in groups and?
Yeah, it's a challenge. I don't know. I don't have all the answers for this, that's for sure.
No. Any other questions here on the recommendations, the categories? I think we've got some additional information to go through.
I guess one thing before, and I know it's late, but we haven't spent time tonight mentioning staff as much as maybe besides the fact that we all care for staff. And I do want to lift that up right now, especially for all those listening. And you mentioned earlier just the, training of staff as we move forward. And we've talked about staff safety. I think part of safety is just mental health safety. And this is a lot for teachers to get trained on to move towards and that type of thing. And so, so Dr. Cook, I guess maybe could you speak to that a little bit? Because I really want to recognize one of our our staff, our biggest resource, those that will make this happen and train our kids and teach our kids. And so could we talk about them for a little bit?
Yeah, I think this is it's a challenge in the regards that we've got folks that are absolutely either for their own sake, for their family's sake, for loved ones' sake, not sure how they're going to manage this. And, the mask serves as a barrier. Social distance gives us a little bit of protection from droplets, those kinds of things. And, one thing that our staff is keenly attuned to is the fact that this does get complicated if you have comorbidities. And so for folks that have either themselves have concerns or lived with loved ones that have issues, that this becomes a conversation. And so one of the things that we believe, and it came through in the data, was strong and clear, including with our staff. We surveyed families, we surveyed students, and we surveyed our staff. That kind of collective desire to be in school 5 days a week is real and it's out there. However, I can tell you that staff is equally, or if not most, concerned about could we all be in masks, for example, of some sort. And I don't know that we've defined that, at this point, but this idea of a mask provides some insurance that when things are going bad in the community, that there's a little more protection. And I think, I can't speak for our entire staff because we did have, I think it was a little over 8% of our staff who are strongly opposed to the use of masks, which is interesting. But many and most of our staff were highly supportive of the idea and use of that, both for their own protection, for their colleagues' protection, and for the protection of students. And so, do we do this based upon the popularity? No, that was not the intention of the survey, but the intention of the survey was definitely to get a feel for what our community felt and believed, including what our staff thinks and believes. And we've had some folks say, it's just too stressful, I'm just not gonna, and we've had some folks resign in the last little while, last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, not a tremendous amount, but some that have stated that the reason that they are no longer going to do this is because they just do not know what the future holds and they're nervous.
Dr. Cook, I have a question for category 2+ and 3, and it's about childcare. We know that's an integral piece, and we're worried about those kiddos that are either home alone or need assistance, and families that need assistance so they can work and we can keep our economy open. I don't see anything mentioned in the plan about childcare. I know we did emergency childcare during the last closure. Is that something that you anticipate will offer again, and could we extend it to all of our families or of those that need it?
So we've talked about the idea of trying to have school as normal as possible on any given time. And I think School Plus, before and after school care is definitely something that we're going to still continue to be able to offer. We haven't dove into yet whether or not we could expand upon that, and then who qualifies if that's the case. It's a consideration. It's definitely something that we're going to be talking through, because it's if immediately, one thing I can tell you is we can't provide child care, if you will, or services for every family that's a B. If they're in an A situation, we don't have the wherewithal or the manpower or the logistics. And at that point too, it almost defeats the purpose, because now we're gathering those. Now, theoretically, if somebody wants to solve the problem for our community is how do we get more childcare seats in our community, that's definitely something that's ongoing.
Right, and I think that's one area maybe where people have reached out for partnering. I know United Way is very interested in assisting us, and that could be one way when we make a decision about hopefully the next week or so what we'll be doing, that we could reach out quickly and try to provide assistance for those families that will need it.
This might also be a time to look at that staff childcare, because especially, if staff's kids themselves aren't in school, they're going to need childcare, and we've talked about staff childcare at other times, and we were moving towards that dream a little bit. I don't know what that looks like, but I bet people can help us solve that problem.
As far as the plan itself, I'm just going to limit myself to 2 more comments here, because I know we've got a lot of stuff to go on. So, one, in category 2 on mask, and I hate to dwell on mask, but I know it's probably the thing we're going to hear most about is mask, really in regards to this. And I wonder why we've gone beyond the Panhandle requirement. If we can just speak to that a little bit, where I believe theirs is socially distanced or masked, right? When you can't socially distance, and why we're not allowing for that. So when we have those opportunities for outside learning, or a classroom gets to go utilize the gym for a lecture, or whatever it is, that you have that opportunity, that and everyone knows what the rule is. Okay, we can space out in the auditorium or the gym or whatever it is and take our mask off and just hear Mr. Twitchell talk about photography for 30 minutes and have our mask off. And it's real clear, and it's not this, well, why did Coeur d'Alene teacher get to take a mask off, but Lake City had to wear them all day, or, whatever it is that you're going to hear, that we, instead of building interpretation, I guess, because that's what it sounds like a little, we're going to let people go out and take mask breaks and
I
think give more opportunity. I think if there was more opportunity to get out of a mask, that's more comfortable for people, right?
Yeah, I think we've talked about that in some regard, and there's actually, when it comes right down to the difference between, I think where this lands and what Panhandle Health District's recommendation is there's lots of exceptions and lots of gaps in that one, and I think whether or not this is the difference between between wear a mask when socially distancing is not possible and wear a mask, those are two really different statements. And I think they produce criteria that can create pretty substantial differences in the way it's administered too. And I think the way that the statement, and we're going to live with this however it goes, but the way when we say we're in yellow, we have an entire school population in the building that it's assigned to. So that stands to reason that generally right now there are people in spaces that are going to be physically impossible to get 6 feet apart. And so therefore that standard lives, that is, okay, the general expectation when we're in yellow is that you're masked up. And the guidelines are, if you're in an inside environment in which you can't be 6 feet apart, then that's the expectation. And I think that's the part that I don't know that it's a hill that we have to die on, but I do think that if we're going to take this into consideration, then the most common answer as to how do I get a mask break is to take a break outside for a few minutes and step away where you've got the air moving and it's a guaranteed amount of space, and you can also have fresh air.
I can see a lot of people wanting to have the mask break outdoors. How, then we come down to how do we accommodate all those? Like, is there going to be a schedule? I can just see, like, my goodness, I'd want to be outdoors and having a mask break. And then you've got schools, like you said, Ramsey's, their size, and look at our high schools. So it's like one thing after another.
Yep.
The other comment I just wanted to make, and I think I've picked up on Rebecca's concern about really Category 2 and Category 3, and are we prepared? And I don't want to put words into her mouth, but I feel like I'm picking up, like, is 2 days enough professional development? We've had that question, and I just wonder if we're in one of those scenarios, Category 2 or Category 3, to start school, if we should be considering bringing teachers on the 8th and not bringing students till the 15th, just to give a week to prepare. I know lots of districts have done that across the state.
And you're not putting words in my mouth, because I was going to bring up the same thing.
And it would be my hope, and I know it's all of our hope, that we could open in Category 2. And I think that's best just for establishing routines and connections with new students and all those sorts of things. I'm not sure how you do that in Category 3. You start the year out in a category, that's a tough situation for students and staff. But I think we at least need to consider that on the 17th, that if for some reason we end up in Category 2 or Category 3, that maybe we need to give a little more time for our staff
I would
get
tell
ready
you,
so they can hit the ground running, and that we don't, start and then be like, oh boy, we're not ready for this, and then hit the pause button for a week,
Yeah, I think there's a whole lot of reasons for which my staff has come to me and said, hey, we've got to talk about some things. And the first one of them is that what we're going to be asking our staff to do this year is unprecedented, and how to enter into a school year in which there are so many variables that and it's happened to us tonight, right? There are some things that we just can't answer yet because we just don't know all the circumstances. When it comes to what are some of those routines, what does it look like if just Trustee Pickford, your question about how do they do just a mask break, for example? Well, what about littles? And if we're going to put masks on littles, do you just set them loose and have a first grader putting their mask on, or do we have to take some time and talk about how masks go on and all those pieces? How do teachers prepare for that? How do they line their kids up to do something so that they're socially distanced? There's so many factors this year, and we start talking about those, and you quickly start seeing the 1,000-yard stare, and people start to glaze over because there are so many things to train on. So I can tell you that that's definitely a very real conversation we're having, and not just for the reason of training, but secondly, if let's say we are in a situation where the trajectory in our community spread is on the way down, but it's just not there yet. There is and I want to be clear about this, there is a difference between opening up completely online with a kindergartner, for example, that you've never met, and switching to an online model in March, like we did last spring, because there's been a long period of time to substantiate a relationship with that child and that child's family. And online isn't the same thing. And so if there's a feasibility that 1 week makes a difference in the start, I think that's why many districts have just said, you know what, we're going to slow down and we're going to wait on this. Those are two very real conversations that we're having more often than daily.
And I love that idea of doing that, not only for our staff, but even our families. If we can give our families as much information with what this blended learning model is going to be looking like and what this online model is going to look like, you know, I think we're just preparing everyone a little bit more to be successful and confident.
As well as our community really wants it to look different than it did last spring. And I know it can, based on this plan and based on the things that are in place. And I think if we were to push that back, give our staff a chance to start strong, you know, and not have to play catch up, to take their breath, to be able to be prepared to welcome students in, and to know the online learning management system well, I think would start us all on a better path for the year.
Yeah, I would love to see what that looks like.
Okay, how about additional comments or questions, concerns? There was a lot of information in the draft reopening plan. Anything else in there you had questions, comments, concerns on? Just real quickly, I want to talk on extracurricular, just since I'm liaison on that group. We have met a few times. And you saw a very first kind of rough draft of that plan was in the document, and that was actually before we met the second time. So we actually met after that draft was put in our board packet, and so it's being updated every time we meet. Kelly Nichols and Dr. Cook did shut down summer athletics. I think you saw that, or summer
non-fall
summer training for any sports that aren't fall. And at this point, per the Idaho High School Athletic Association, fall sports are supposed to kick off next Monday, and we're still preparing for that. And the committee's kind of formulating some guidelines and some rules around that. You've seen the communications, but it's socially distance or wear a mask. We are having some conversations about some limited time per practice where they could take a mask off if they were in a high intense training situation that doesn't allow for social distancing, in accordance with some CDC guidelines and American Pediatrics Association guidelines. So that is something we're looking at and working on. We saw a nice example of that from Rigby School District. So that's kind of where that committee works, and basically we're meeting once or twice a week and kind of assume that's going to be for the long haul, and we're basically going to take it 1 week at a time and kind of see what happens.
I'm curious if West Ada, Boise, and Kuna will not be having fall sports now they've been moved to Category 3.
I'm assuming they won't, because the Idaho High School Athletic Association has said if your buildings are not open, you cannot participate in sports. So my guess would be they won't be. IHSAA has a board meeting, I believe, on Wednesday of this week, and I wonder how that will impact things, because you have maybe 70% of the 4A and 5A schools in the state are not going to be able to participate in fall sports, at least when they open in a week or two. So who knows? That's why we're kind of taking things week to week as a committee and just seeing what's going on. We play in the Inland Empire League is our league. That's that's the 4A and 5A schools up here. And they are working on basically alternative schedules. We would only play those teams, and it depends on the sports, but just to limit travel if we are able to play sports. And those athletic directors are agreeing on kind of rules and how things would look like with spectators or not spectators and all those sorts of things.
Is the Inland Empire different than the GSL?
Yeah, GSL is Spokane.
Yeah,
And
Spokane.
Inland Empire is North
North
Idaho.
Idaho.
North Idaho. On the masks or facial coverings, I was reading through this and trying to look up stuff in regards to the athletes and when they're practicing and having to wear them. And there was a lot of stuff I was hearing about this past heat wave and people outdoors and I was trying to find on Panhandle Health today, but a lot of stuff that I was finding myself, which I'm in no expert, but it was like coaches, referees, those people to be wearing masks. What was your guys' discussion about masks with the athletes during?
Yeah, so that was so that was our discussion. I mean, really, IHSAA recommendations are those sorts of people and anyone who's not in active competition. So when you're on sidelines, sitting on benches, team huddles, those sorts of things. And so we're kind of integrating all those ideas that basically help to reduce the risk level in the various sports. And they classified all the sports as either low, moderate, or high risk based on the amount of contact and those sorts of things. So we're working on all that and getting that into the plan. Really, the guidance has been for summer workouts in a mask or socially distanced, and I know that's been applied differently by different sports, and some sports are easier to spread out in, or some have just gone to conditioning type training, those sorts of things. Like I said, our hope is to give them some guidance with practice and tryouts starting next week that would allow some limited time of no mask if they're in a high intensity training situation. Rigby's, I want to say for football, was 9 minutes per practice, I believe is what it was, but we haven't kind of figured out what that would be, but it would be fairly limited, and then depending what's happening, just like we're talking in schools, that could go up or down, or if we're in category 2+, there is no competition in most sports, unless they're low risk sports.
Because I could see football adding those facial shields to I don't know what the cost of that is, but.
Yeah, they're about $40 a piece. They have talked about them. They were approved at the federal high school level, I believe, but they haven't been approved at Idaho level yet. Idaho has actually said no to the face shield, so it's in the face mask, a shield, because there's some talk, I think it can increase risk for head injury or neck injury. And so I don't think that's approved in Idaho. But like I said, they are meeting this week. Football is the one high-risk fall sport. Winter has 2, basketball the high risk are football, wrestling and competitive cheer.
Oh, competitive cheer.
The 3 that the National Federation has deemed the most highest risk because of the amount of contact, physical contact. So that document's going to keep evolving just as our group is working on stuff. So that's why there was a lot of question marks in there, and kind of it just said face mask or whatever, because we were still having those discussions.
And I just want to remind this group that fall sports practices start on the 10th. So there's going to be some time in which those guidelines are coming before the board's next approval. So
I think tryouts are on
I think tryouts can start the 10th, but
the 10th.
The whatever this plan ends up being has to be approved before our teams could compete in an actual contest.
Okay.
So it will be done before then, and we'll probably, like I said, have some kind of limiting rules for practices as they start next week. And they are doing things, and this is getting more widespread, but temperature checks, hand sanitizer at practices when they walk in and leave, and we're kind of working on all that stuff too.
Yeah, I've seen
Just
that
best
taking
practices.
place, yeah, already.
Where are we at here? Are we moving on? To talk about the emergency policy changes? We didn't talk about the waiver. Is that something that was highlighted on the reopening plan?
Yeah, I think it's just important that we recognize that we're going to recommend that participants in extracurricular activities sign a release to participate, because there's some risks associated with this that we can't necessarily guarantee that participants wouldn't be that they could be availing themselves to for exposure and that kind of stuff, and just doing so knowingly, I think, is the key on this. And so we've asked our legal team to construct a extracurricular waiver for students to fill out as they participate.
Okay, so let's talk about the emergency policy changes, and we've talked on some of these already, I believe. So the need is really some COVID concerns here. So
yeah.
Go
So
ahead.
this, I want to clarify a couple of things on this. First of all, one of these was destined to come back today for action, and we actually have decided to align that timeline so that it happens under the auspices of the resolution, because all three of these policies have emergency considerations for how they apply during a time of COVID, if you will, and what those recommendations are. And so modifications, so I think Nicole Piekarski is still on. If we have follow-up questions, 3520 has been in front of you already, and that policy actually triggered a lot of public comment, mostly from staff, because there was this conversation around communicable diseases and what happens if somebody gets test positive or is required to self-isolate or quarantine, or does get sick from COVID. And the first thing I would tell you is that that's not the governing policy for that. That's more in the sick leave policy. So we've made modifications to that one as well. And I'll talk about that one just here in a second. And then the last piece that fits into this picture is the fact that we didn't have a telecommuting policy in place for staff that might be in a position that are forced to stay home as a response to public health requirements for whatever reasons, but are still fully capable of working and maybe even not sick. So there's actually three things that are happening here. The first one is the communicable disease policy that you've already seen, and making sure that all those edits are suggested and put into place. The second one is the fact that right now, if somebody is asked to quarantine because they were exposed, and there's no evidence that they're ill, our current policy would not afford them the opportunity to utilize their sick leave under that consideration. They have FMLA that gives them 2 weeks of leave. That's emergency FMLA that's been provided, I think, through December 31st of this year, and that's when that bill expires. But that would be their first line of defense. That's not budgeted for. We have to cover that cost. That gives them 10 days. But we're going to request we're going to recommend that under these circumstances, that if people are in that position, that they be allowed to access their sick leave if they're required to quarantine. Additionally, if they are quarantining but they're not ill and they can do their job from home, we would recommend that they do work from home, which requires us to develop this draft telecommuting policy. So those three things all play together to help kind of provide, first of all, some guidance and expectations if somebody is going to work from home, what those expectations are. But secondly, creating the environment so that if we have to send somebody home, that they could still function in their role as much as possible from home, and we can support that work, and that way they wouldn't have to access their sick leave at all. Now, that doesn't apply to all of our employees because some of our employees can't do their work from home. And Seth, is Kelly Ostrom still on? Okay. And so part of what our job would be is to help communicate to staff. Number one, if you're forced out of your classroom for a self-isolation or quarantine expectations, number one, you have your FMLA leave. But if you can work from home and you can accomplish your job from home based upon the criteria that would be established in a new board policy that allows for telecommuting, then that's first option. So they wouldn't have to go into their leave. The second option is the FMLA leave. The third option would then be accessing sick leave to keep their pay whole.
So just clarity on that. To access the FMLA leave, they have to be sick. Is that correct?
They do not.
They do not.
They do not.
So more than likely, someone's going to take their 14 days of leave.
Well, so here's where it gets to be the challenge right now, that quarantining can come through a lot of different ways, and you can be asked or forced into a quarantine situation through a medical provider, through a health district official, and there's some conversations we're having about how that might all happen, or if you're symptomatic. And so those three things can potentially warrant this action. And we had that happen this summer with some staff who happened to be in a situation where they were potentially exposed. And so they self-isolate. It was in the summer, so we weren't faced with this situation, but we fully expect that this will happen in the school year. So then what happens? And it doesn't have to be in a school setting. It doesn't have to be at practice or in a classroom. They could be exposed at home. They could be exposed by a family member. They could go to a friend's house. There's 1,000 different ways it could happen. When that happens, then their first step is going to be to contact HR and say, okay, I now have to self-isolate. What are my options? These are the things that give us those options. And one of them is potentially that somebody could say, hey, I'm just going to take the next 80 hours is what's provided in the emergency FMLA leave. That would be an abuse of the system, but I think at this point that's just one of those things that could happen because it doesn't require, at this point it's essentially self-reported.
So what's the plan when we have employees who are required to quarantine 1, 2, 3, and 4 times, which a bus driver could happen. One exposure, he gets off quarantine. Exposure after exposure, I can see this being a really difficult situation for our employees.
That's exactly correct.
Mm-hmm. So is there a thought process in mind what we'd recommend to them, or would it just be leave without pay, or?
So they're provided up to, I think it's 12 weeks of leave without pay through the FMLA. I think it's 12 weeks. That would be very unfortunate, but arguably it's possible, right? Like there's 2 different scenarios here. You've got somebody that could telecommute, assuming you guys find the telecommuting policy amenable and that it works for what we're trying to accomplish. They could work from home while they're self-isolating and quarantining. And we had a staff member that we talked through about how that might look. And this particular individual said, I could have taught my class from home. I would have needed some supervision in the classroom to help with the supervision of the duties, but I was healthy enough that as long as I had Schoology or some mechanism in which I could provide instruction through this and then be able to be, for example, on camera and with my kids, I could actually do much of the teaching and maybe even some of the conferring and answering of questions and that kind of stuff with her kids. But in that regard, that's a position that absolutely lends itself to that opportunity. Not everybody in our district works that way, and there's going to be differences based upon those positions, for
And
sure.
we pay the FMLA, is that correct, or is the federal government, do we pay FMLA leave? Is that provided by us, or is it provided by the federal government?
So the FML leave, that's 2 weeks of leave that's now guaranteed by policy, is coming out of district funds.
But you said potentially they can be guaranteed up to 12 weeks?
It's just protected, they don't get paid.
Don't get paid. And then, so additionally, we'd have to, if it's a bus driver, then we would have to provide their leave and then find a substitute for their.
That's
So
correct.
potential for cost associated with many employees on leave.
That's correct.
Potentially.
Okay, so these policies, we're going to see these on the 24th when, with the plan, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Those will be coming back. And I just want to make, Megan, are you still there? Is there anything that you feel like I've missed on these that probably needs to be called out at this point? Oh, Annie's there. Hi, Annie.
Yeah, I'll defer to Annie. Let her weigh in on this one for a minute.
Well, I do just want to clarify, the reason for this policy is because the FMLA leave does not necessarily kick in for everyone who might be isolating because of COVID-19. The 2 weeks of paid sick leave is a one-time deal that someone can get if they're subject to an order from a doctor or health district, just like Dr. Cook said. But as far as FMLA, a person still has to have a sufficiently serious condition enough to qualify for that 12 weeks of leave, even if it is unpaid. And COVID-19 doesn't automatically fall under that category unless they're being actively treated by a health professional. So not everyone who is quarantined and unable to work remotely is necessarily going to qualify for FMLA, which is why this policy gives a little more flexibility in letting people use their sick leave and get paid if they're forced to stay home but not actually sick.
Yeah, especially the new teachers. They don't even have enough sick days to cover a quarantine.
That's correct. And that's one of the reasons that we wanted to suggest the emergency use of the sick leave in that regard. And if they're a brand new teacher, perhaps they can telecommute, right? They could work from home and not have to go into that, into their sick leave at all.
Dr. Cook, one thing I would want to add just maybe to this telecommuting policy, and maybe it resides here, maybe it resides back in our blended learning framework or whatever, but it's the whole online safety. I've seen it throughout here a little bit, but as we move more and more online, just some clear expectations of what online safety looks like for staff, for students. I know we have policies already in place, but I'd be curious to know what some of the other online schools do as far as expectations between teachers and students and those types of things as we move to situations where there's not always multiple adults present, both for the safety of our staff, but our safety of our students as well. And so somewhere I'd like to see expanded safety. So.
Okay.
Okay, anything else on these emergency policy changes? Okay. Item L is update on future planning, and with your permission, I'd love to see us table this tonight and maybe bring it back in September, or it seems like that's a discussion that could be long, or maybe I'm misjudging it, but.
About graduation requirements. It's been a year now. I think we started it last summer, maybe last spring, but I think we should at least work on getting common high school schedules and graduation requirements scheduled. To me, the boundaries right now can definitely be on pause, and we're not sure what the year looks like.
So why don't we just move that item to our September meeting? Are we good with that? Okay. Couple policies we had for information. I believe these were a lot. Question?
No,
okay.
I think all of these policies are pretty standard, just updates from ISBA.
Yep. That's what I was just going to say. So if there's no questions there, why don't we, we'll see these again in September as well. For action, if you have any questions in the meantime, you can certainly get those over to Dr. Cook or Lynn. Okay, so are we good with that? We'll move on. We'll just wrap up here. Real quick on the calendar, I know we have August 24th. Lynn, we still have that scheduled, right? And that's also the work plan approvals and stuff are on that. I heard Dr. Cook mention August 17th. He's hoping that we would make a decision. Do we need to schedule a meeting on August 17th?
I think it would be wise. If we can get something scheduled for the 17th, I think it'd be a good.
The 17th is a Monday. I know I had a conflict for the 17th previously. It's why we had to move that workshop back, at least in the evening. And I just wonder if we're looking for accurate data coming out of a weekend, if, like I would probably have to do early on Monday, the 17th, if maybe the Tuesday, the 18th or something might be more appropriate.
And I'm not sure, this meeting would be to talk about some categorical kinds of decisions and figure out what that might look like. And I'm not sure it would have to be at 5 in the evening if we wanted to make that decision, and just make sure that it's available.
I was just concerned if we met earlier than in the day on the 17th, which I could do, could we get kind of updated information coming out of the weekend from Kootenai Health and Panhandle and those sorts of things if we're making a decision of what September 8th is going to look like?
I would guess that our parents would love to have any heads up they could as early as they could get it. So if we couldn't do it the 17th, I would say as close to that as you could get, it would be.
Dr. Cook, we'd also mention HVAC. It wasn't ready for tonight, but it's going to require some board conversation. And I'm guessing you might need also time to make whatever interventions are recommended. Is that something that you'd want to tack on to the 17th, or do you think we need to meet prior to that date?
That's up to you guys. We're prepared to produce a memo to you guys here soon if you want to have a conversation about ventilation systems and HVAC. We can have a conversation with the board, or we can write a memo to you, or do both. So.
I could do the 17th in the morning. I can't do the 17th in the evening. But I just threw that out, the 18th. Or, maybe we don't have to solve that here tonight, but we can check in with Panhandle and Kootenai as far as getting data. Can they do it coming out of a weekend for a Monday morning meeting, or do they need Monday to do it? Or
Data Kootenai's providing is pretty straightforward.
So,
what'd you say?
I said the data Kootenai's providing is pretty straightforward. I think our parents are probably wanting to know. Oh, sorry, I thought I was on. It would give us a much better idea of where we are. If we project 2 weeks from next Monday, that's going to put us at the 24th. We could talk HVAC at the same time. We could do a lunch meeting, and I think HVAC needs to be talked about publicly. I think it's going to require some investment, and I don't know if that can be done over a memo per se, but could we tack it on to the 17th if we're going to meet on the 17th? Would there be time for that? I guess we're just looking for a...
I think we could. I guess if you're looking for authorization to do something before school starts, is waiting till the 17th to... Is that you?
I don't think so. I think that there are some of these are steps. Some of these things are like, opening dampers. Some of these are using a different type of filtration system. There are some possible purchases that we would have to make that start to change, that can get pricey depending on the recommendations. So if you we'll get that memo to you here pretty quick, and you'll see kind of the direction we're headed.
Then I'd like to tentatively begin to think about even next week talking about that. So if we do have to make purchases, we can get that moving. unless it's the 17th, then we can still make those purchases and have things in place. So,
If we're
but I'm
planning
not
on
opposed to
utilizing
that.
portable classrooms, I think we should probably, if we're planning on utilizing portable classrooms, I think it's a conversation we need to have. And I'm guessing we are planning on utilizing portable classrooms. And so specifically, what can we do in those environments to improve ventilation?
Whatever we do on the 17th or
18th. Well, 2 weeks is, I'm not sure if you're asking me if every single mitigation we're going to make across the district I can have ready to go by September 8th. That isn't going to change with 5 days. I think depending on what direction we go, there are some suggestions we might not be able to get all the supplies we would want to do. So just depends.
We can triage of sorts, and we know which
Sure.
classrooms are. So that's all
Sure.
I'm asking. Let's start doing some triage, and let's get
Sure.
prepared to open if we're going to do that.
Okay, so we'll plan on the 17th or 18th based on what we hear from Kootenai and Panhandle.
We're talking in circles. I don't think Dr. Cook's saying that's enough time if we are going to need interventions for some of our classrooms to be purchasing, ordering, retrofitting, anything on the 17th. So whether we need to meet over Zoom for an hour, is there any time that, I think it's something that we should talk about. It's critical to.
I misheard him. I thought he said that it was fine to wait till the 17th. Like 5 days wasn't going to hurt us whether we met the 10th or the 17th.
We'll start making some of those changes right now. We'll start making some of those decisions, things that we can do that are that we don't require board authority to do, or even the board permission on the spend to do. We can do some of those things right now as we stand. Some of those things that are more costly are things that other districts are also looking into, and there are some things we're going to have to just order and get here as soon as we possibly can. And that would, the change in that happening isn't going to matter whether we meet on the 10th or the 17th.
I can only do before or after on the 18th, like before 9:30 or after 5 on that day. If we pushed it in the 17th, I can do before 9:30, I can do over the lunch hour, or I can do after. You said you can't do after, so we'd have to do it in the morning or lunch. Okay.
Okay, thanks everyone. That was a long one. So we'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting.